Tonight's stories come from campers who thought they understood the risks. They followed the guidelines. They stored their food. They kept their distance. But the creatures that hunted them weren't acting like anything in the Ranger Handbook. These are real accounts from isolated national parks, remote campsites where help is hours away and the darkness presses in like a second skin. Stories of hikers surrounded, stalked, and pinned down by something wild, something relentless, something that didn't behave like any animal should. So zip your tent tight, keep your flashlight close, and listen carefully. Because once the forest goes quiet, that's when they come closer. My name is Riley Stone, and I've lived near Acadia National Park long enough to be familiar with the sounds the coast makes. Waves breaking against granite. Wind cutting through pines. The occasional crying of harbor seals echoing from the shoreline at dusk. Those sounds are normal. Predictable. But what we heard that evening far inland, miles from the water, was none of those things. Everything happened in a single day. The entire timeline is clear in my mind: morning fog lifting off the cliffs, humid noon air, the sun dipping behind the tree line, and then the sound that shifted my understanding of what normal means in these woods. I was hiking with my friend, Owen. We'd taken one of the quieter trails deeper into the park, the kind that doesn't see heavy tourist traffic. The plan was simple: photograph owls at dusk. Nothing dramatic. Nothing dangerous. Acadia isn't known for predators inland. Black bears, sure, but they keep to themselves. Coyotes, but those are practically dogs out here. A seal? Absolutely not. Seals stay near the coast. They don't waddle 7 miles into thick forest. So when we first heard crying, sharp, high-pitched, unmistakably a seal, we both stopped. Did that come from the ridge? Owen whispered. It can't be a seal, I said. There's no water up here. But the sound came again, floating through the trees. A long, desperate bleat. A seal calling for help. Except it wasn't just the distance that was wrong, it was the tone. Seals cry, yes, but this had something else under it. A wetness. A vibration. Like the sound was pushing through water even though there was no water here. We exchanged looks. You want to check it out? Owen asked. I should have said no. That's the moment I should have trusted my instincts. But curiosity is a powerful thing, and we started moving toward the sound. The deeper we walked, the stranger it felt. The forest didn't match the noise. Inland Acadia smells like pine, moss, soil. But the air growing around us had a saltiness to it. A faint tang like ocean spray had drifted far too inland. Do you smell that? I asked quietly. Yeah, Owen mumbled. It's like tide pools. A breeze pushed through the trees and carried another seal cry closer now. Then the sound changed. It deepened suddenly, dropping several octaves. No longer a cry. A groan. Wet. Low. Resonant. Like the sound of something huge exhaling underwater. Owen slowed. That's not a seal. I didn't answer. Because the truth settling in my stomach was worse than that. The sound wasn't just deeper, it was layered. 2 tones. One natural. One not. We kept moving. The forest thickened, the ground softer. I noticed disturbed patches of needles on the trail ahead. At first I thought it was runoff from recent rain, but the pattern was wrong: long, smeared, wide. Drag marks. Fresh ones. They carved shallow trenches through the pine needles, cutting a path in the direction we were headed. Something had been pulled this way. or something large had crawled. "Riley," Owen whispered, "this came into the forest." He was right. Drag marks usually go outward, toward water, toward food, toward escape. These started at the edge of dense brush and led deeper into the woods. Against logic. Against instinct. Against every rule of natural behavior. The air grew colder. A subtle cold, like stepping into shade even though the sun was still up. We followed the drag trail until it widened into a small clearing. And what we saw made my blood run cold. A smooth impression in the dirt larger than any seal should be, ending abruptly near a mound of moss. No footprints. No flippers. No claw marks. Just that long, smooth dragging trail. Then, from behind us, the sound came again. Not a cry. A guttural rumble, like something massive shifting weight somewhere deep in the forest. Owen turned slowly. "That's close, Riley." I shined my flashlight between the trees. The beam caught movement. Not from something stepping. From something undulating. A shadow rippled along the forest floor, weaving between tree trunks like a long body being pulled forward by invisible current. The cry sounded again, half seal, half something else entirely, and the drag marks beneath our feet trembled with the weight of whatever was moving. My heart hammered. "Back up," I said. "Now." Then the rumbling stopped. The forest held its breath. And something huge exhaled a wet, bubbling sound that didn't belong this far from the Atlantic. Something was here. Something that wasn't supposed to be inland. Something that dragged itself into the forest. Not out of it. We backed away slowly, every instinct screaming that whatever made those sounds was close. Too close. The drag marks shook again. And a shape rose between the trees. The shape wasn't clear at first, just a disturbance in the low mist forming between the pines. But it was big. Low. Wide. The kind of outline you'd expect from a seal, except elongated far beyond normal anatomy. And it was moving toward us. Slowly. Deliberately. Dragging something behind it. We weren't standing still because we were brave. We were standing still because fear had locked our bodies in place. The wet groan came again, closer, thicker, like the creature's throat was full of water. Owen whispered, "We need to go." But he didn't move. Neither did I. The shape pushed through the brush, and for the first time, we heard it clearly. A long, heavy slide across the forest floor. A sound that didn't belong inland. A sound that belonged on wet rock or seaweed or tide pools. I forced myself to exhale. "Okay," I whispered. "We walk. Slow. Don't run." We stepped backward, keeping our eyes on the shape. Tree trunks blocked its full form, but each time it shifted, the brush bent like something hundreds of pounds was pushing through it. What could survive this far inland? Owen whispered. Before I could answer, the sound changed again. The seal-like groan morphed into something else. A deep vibrational hum that rattled in my ribs. The exact kind of sound you hear underwater when a large creature vocalizes. Except we were miles from any ocean. The drag marks beneath us trembled again, fresh grooves etching themselves across the clearing as the creature moved forward. It wasn't rushing us. It wasn't stalking us. It was simply advancing, as if we were obstacles in its path. Then the shadow paused. Stopped moving. The brush stilled. For a moment, the forest went silent. Owen leaned close. Maybe it stopped. I shook my head. The air pressure had changed. That meant it hadn't stopped. It was rising. A shape emerged. Not fully. Just enough to confirm every fear. A large gray mass lifted above the brush, smooth, wet-looking even though no water was nearby. A tapered shape at one end, like a head, but too rigid to be organic. Then it sank again. Owen grabbed my arm. Go! Go now! We turned and started back down the trail, fast but not sprinting. Running from predators triggers chase, and even though we didn't know what this thing was, instinct told us speed meant danger. The forest behind us erupted. Not with movement. With sound. A owl, low and guttural, shook the branches overhead. A seal cry layered with something deeper. Something powerful. Something wrong. We kept moving. But the drag sound started again. Louder. Faster. The creature was coming up the trail. Riley, look. Owen pointed to a fallen pine ahead. Drag marks crossed over it, but not around it. Something had glided straight across the log, leaving the bark wet and stripped. No land animal moves like that. We pushed forward, breath shaking, until we reached another clearing. There, the drag marks split. Two trails. One fresh, deep, and heading straight toward the main path out of the forest. The other older, filled with leaves and pine needles, curving toward a dense cluster of trees. Something had been here before today. Something had dragged itself in and out over and over. The realization hit me like a slap. This wasn't an isolated event. It wasn't lost. It wasn't stranded. It lived here now. The air behind us thickened again. A wet inhale, long and deep. We didn't turn. Turning felt like asking for death. We continued toward the main path, following the fresh drag trail because it led downhill toward safety, I hoped. But then the sound changed behind us. Not a groan. Not a owl. A splash. A real splash. Like something enormous had dropped into water. But there was no water. No lakes. No streams. Just forest. And then we saw it. Up ahead, the drag trail dipped into a depression filled with puddled groundwater from yesterday's rain. The center of the puddle was rippling. From something submerged. Something waiting. Owen froze. No way. The ripples grew wider. Something was rising. The puddle wasn't deep, maybe 6 inches at most, but the center churned as though something massive was lifting itself from far below. Water rolled outward in slow waves, darkening the edges of the depression. No animal fits in that, Owen whispered. It's impossible. He was right. But the water kept churning. A long shape broke the surface first, smooth, slate gray, too rigid to be flesh. It tapered upward, then bent, as though forming a neck. Another section rose beside it, taller, thicker. The water around it vibrated with that same underwater hum, the one we'd heard earlier. Standing there on dry land, several miles from the ocean, I felt as though we were witnessing something that shouldn't exist outside deep, cold waters. The hum grew louder, vibrating up my legs. The shape kept rising. Then a sound echoed behind us, branches snapping violently. We spun around. The brush where we come from was shaking rhythmically. The original creature, the one that had dragged itself inland, was still coming. Fast. Trapped between the rising water thing and the sliding forest thing, we had no choice but to move sideways off trail toward higher ground. We ran. At first carefully, then desperately as the forest behind us roared with movement. The groan of the inland creature layered with the hum of the submerged thing, creating a sound that made my ears ache. We scrambled uphill, slipping on needles and roots. Branches slapped our arms. my flashlight beam jerked wildly across trunks. When we reached a ridge overlooking the depression, we finally saw both creatures at once. The one in the puddle had risen fully now, and it was enormous. Long, thick-bodied, gray and smooth like a whale's skin, but narrower, serpentine. Its head, if that's what it was, sloped down like the snout of a seal, except sharper, more defined. Two dark pits where eyes should be stared upward, unblinking. It wasn't stuck in the puddle. It was using the water as a passage. A gateway. The drag marks made sense now. This thing traveled through water, any water. Even shallow pockets. Even isolated pools. It didn't need depth. It needed connection. What the hell is this? Owen breathed. I couldn't answer. Below us, the second creature slid into view, dragging itself from the treeline. It looked similar in shape to the water being, but covered in pine needles and soil, its body scored with marks from rocks and bark. The two creatures approached each other in slow, deliberate movement. Not predator and prey, but something like counterparts. One ocean-born, one forest-adapted. Both wrong, both ancient, both aware of each other. The air vibrated as they emitted low, synchronized calls, two tones merging into one that resonated through my bones. Owen grabbed my sleeve. Riley, we have to leave. This is not for us. We backed away along the ridge, careful not to break branches or roll rocks. When we reached a cluster of boulders, we ducked behind them and started moving farther inland, away from both beings. But before we left the ridge, I made one last mistake. I looked back. The forest creature raised its head. Not toward the water being. Toward me. It had no eyes, but somehow it saw. It let out a groan deeper than any before, a rumbling note that shook leaves loose from branches. The water being answered. The two calls merged again, and the forest creature began dragging itself. Toward the ridge. Toward us. We ran. No pretense of caution now. No attempts at silence. We tore through the forest like animals fleeing wildfire. Branches slashed our legs, rocks twisted underfoot. Several times I stumbled, and Owen dragged me up. Behind us, the dragging sound was getting louder. Not fast, but relentless. When we burst onto the main trail, the world felt suddenly normal again, birds calling, distant waves, wind moving through leaves. But the drag sound didn't stop at the forest edge. It paused. Waited. Watched. We didn't stop running until we reached the trailhead. When we reached the parking lot, I collapsed against my car, lungs burning, body shaking. Owen stared back toward the woods. Do you think it followed? I didn't answer. Because on the pavement near my tire was a wet line of seawater, leading back into the forest. My name is Paige Calder, and the following account contains 900 words. I submit it formally because accuracy matters, even if no one ever truly believes what I saw in Kings Canyon that afternoon. I am trained to assess wildlife behavior. I know the difference between a bluff charge and a curious approach, between a bear standing to sniff and a bear preparing to defend itself. What I witnessed didn't match any behavior in any manual, training, or case report I have ever studied. It started on a warm, windless day in late summer. The air felt thin, almost hollow, the kind of stillness that usually comes before a thunderstorm. I had set up camp beside a shallow meadow ringed with lodgepole pines. It was supposed to be a short solo overnight trip, routine, comfortable, predictable. I had done countless trips like it. I wasn't trying to prove anything. I wasn't chasing solitude or healing from a breakup or any of the dramatic reasons people like to assign to these stories. I just wanted one quiet day off-grid. The first sign something was wrong came when I noticed how quiet the meadow had become. I don't mean normal wilderness quiet. I mean everything just shut off. No birds. No insects. Not even the distant click of branches rubbing together. The air seemed pinned in place. I told myself I was imagining it. By early evening, the light had shifted into the dusky gold that makes the forest look unreal, like a painted backdrop. I stepped out of my tent to hang a bear bag. I had the rope coiled in my hand when a shape blocked the corner of my vision, big, solid, unmistakably ursine. A bear was standing 10 feet from my tent. Not moving. Not swaying. Not sniffing. Not even adjusting its weight the way bears always do because they're never truly still. It faced me with its head lowered slightly, as if studying me with a quiet patience that made my neck prickle. I froze, whispering, "Hey, bear," more out of habit than confidence. It did not react. I raised my voice. "Hey! Get out of here." Nothing. My pulse skittered. I grabbed the nearest rock, about the size of a baseball, and lobbed it gently, not to hit the animal, just to break the spell of stillness. The rock bounced off the dirt beside its front paw. Still nothing. Even the most experienced, food-conditioned bears react to something, an ear twitch, a shift of the jaws, a widening of the eyes. This one held its position so perfectly that my brain kept stumbling over it, searching for patterns that didn't exist. That was when I realized I could not see its chest rise or fall. My breath snagged, and for a moment I truly believed I was staring at a carcass, standing upright, rigid from rigor mortis. But the fur didn't hang the way dead fur hangs. The posture wasn't slumped. And even if it were a carcass, something would have brought it there. Something would have left signs, drag marks, disturbance, gouged soil. There were none. I stepped closer because curiosity sometimes overrides good sense. The bear remained precisely where it was, like a statue carved from shadow and light. That was when a faint movement flickered behind it, something lower to the ground. Another bear. This one crouched behind the first, nearly invisible under the dark pine needles, just a suggestion of fur and muscle and two faint circles of reflected amber light. It wasn't hiding so much as observing, as if the first bear were some kind of shield or decoy. I took one small step back. The crouching bear's eyes tracked me. Not the head, just the eyes. A completely normal, rational explanation formed in my mind, siblings, maybe, or a mother with an older cub. Bears sometimes freeze before deciding what to do. Sometimes they posture. Sometimes they study you before moving away. There were explanations. There had to be. But the stillness didn't match any of them. When I finally snapped out of my daze, I retreated slowly toward the tree where I had planned to hang my food. I kept my voice steady, soft, repeating, "It's okay, bear, it's okay," even though my mouth felt dry. The standing bear did not shift. The crouching bear did not blink. I couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't waiting for me to move. They were waiting for something else. And the forest, still silent, seemed to be waiting with them. Far off, a single twig cracked. Both bears reacted at the exact same moment, but not in the way I expected. They didn't bolt. They didn't look toward the noise. They didn't rise or lunge or rear up. They simply lowered their heads, almost in unison, as if acknowledging something behind me. Something I hadn't heard yet. Something that had just stepped into the meadow. I didn't turn around right away. I told myself it was because I didn't want to trigger a predatory response, but the truth is simpler. something cold slid through my chest and pinned me in place. When I finally forced myself to look over my shoulder, the meadow behind me was empty. But the bear's posture, still, expectant, told me the emptiness meant nothing. Something was out there. And the bears knew it far better than I did. I did not run. Every instinct in me screamed to sprint for the ridge trail, to put distance between myself and the two unmoving bears. But running in bear country is a mistake even on a normal day, and this wasn't a normal day. My hands were trembling hard enough that the rope slipped from my grip. The meadow felt off balance, like the world had tilted by a few degrees. Even the sunlight looked wrong, too slanted, too stretched, like it was struggling to reach the ground. The bears didn't advance. They didn't retreat either. They stayed exactly where they were, as though their positions were fixed points in an equation I couldn't see. The crouching one's eyes stayed locked on me, unblinking in a way that made my stomach clench. I tried to back away toward my tent, thinking maybe I could put a barrier between us and grab my air horn. But the standing bear was directly on that line. Any closer and I'd be within swatting distance. So instead, I angled toward the tree line, taking ultra-slow, sliding steps. My boots barely whispered across the dry needles. I watched the bears the entire time, waiting for the slightest sign of aggression. Nothing. 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 But then something subtle shifted. A breeze picked up from the far side of the meadow, carrying the faintest scent of warm earth and something metallic. The standing bear's ears twitched, not toward me, but toward the meadow's edge. The crouching bear made a low, almost inaudible huff. It wasn't aimed at me. It was a warning to something else. The silence around me deepened. The breeze vanished. Even the lights seemed to hold still. I've worked with wildlife researchers. I've seen bears communicate in small ways: posture, breath, weight distribution, a quiet chuff. But this wasn't communication between bears. This felt like coordination. Not supernatural. Not impossible. Just deeply, unsettlingly wrong. The standing bear finally moved, but only by a fraction. Its head lifted a few inches, nostrils flaring. The crouching one rose slowly, not fully standing, just shifting enough that I could see its outline. They weren't focused on me anymore. Something in the woods held their attention with absolute, magnetic force. That should have comforted me, but it didn't. Because whatever had their attention was behind me. I turned in tiny increments, eyes drifting from shadow to shadow. My muscles ached from holding tension. Then I saw it, movement between two tightly packed pines. Not a shape. Not a figure. Just motion, like the air itself bending around something. Heat shimmer, maybe. Or dust stirred by wind. Except there was no wind. I blinked hard. The movement stopped. When I looked back at the bears, both had lowered their heads again, their posture taut, as if bracing for something they didn't want to engage with but had accepted was coming. "Okay," I whispered, barely audible. "Okay, think, Paige, think." I slowly reached for the bear spray clip to my belt. My fingers brushed the metal. Immediately the crouching bear's ears flicked toward me. Not aggressive, just aware. Hyper-aware. Its stare said, "Not the threat you should worry about." My throat tightened. A second crack echoed from the woods. Sharper this time. Closer. The motion between the trees appeared again, this time distinctly horizontal, gliding low, like something pacing at the boundary of the meadow. I could explain that. Darkness playing tricks. Exhaustion. Stress. Thermal distortion from the day's heat. Realistic explanations existed. But the bears were not behaving like animals reacting to a normal disturbance. They displayed no bluster, no fear, no curiosity. Their posture was that of creatures tolerating the presence of something they didn't want near them. Something they couldn't outmatch. I'd seen submissive posturing from bears before toward larger bears, or sometimes toward humans in loud groups. But this was neither. This was reluctant respect. When the third sound came, it was even closer, a single soft step. And this time I felt it through the ground. Just a faint vibration, like someone tapping on the earth with a finger. My breath grew shallow. I whispered, "Hello?" Because sometimes your mouth acts without permission. The bears didn't move. The forest didn't answer. I took one shaky step backward. The shimmer between the trees drifted slightly to the left, smooth and soundless, stopping exactly when I did, as though matching my movement with careful intent. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. I wanted to rationalize it, heat distortion again, or dust caught in a shaft of light, but the way it tracked me wasn't random. It was measured. I tested it. I took one step to the right. It followed. One step back to the left. It mirrored. Not supernatural. Not a monster. But absolutely, undeniably aware of me. My palms were slick on the bear spray. The standing bear huffed a deep, low exhale, the kind I'd heard only once before, when a cornered male did not want to fight but knew he might have to. The crouching bear rose another inch, leaning slightly forward. Something was about to happen. Then the shimmer stopped moving altogether. A new sound replaced it, soft, slow, rhythmic breathing. Not from the bears. Not from me. From the trees. Close enough that I felt the exhale brush across my forearm. I jerked in panic, losing my silent composure for the first time, and the meadow reacted instantly. Both bears stood. Both pivoted. Both stared straight past me. At whatever had just stepped out of the shadows. I didn't turn right away. Fear doesn't always hit like a jolt. Sometimes it spreads slow and heavy, weighing down your limbs until you feel like you're sinking into the ground. My mind kept looping the same useless phrase, "This can't be real. This can't be real." But it was real. It was happening. And every instinct told me I needed to see what the bears were looking at. So I turned carefully, slowly, just enough to bring the tree line into my peripheral vision. At first, I didn't see anything. Then the light shifted, and the shape resolved. A human silhouette. Or something close to one. It was standing between two pines, half obscured by shadow, tall enough that the top of its head nearly brushed the lowest branch. The angle of the light made its outline difficult to read, almost stretched, like my eyes couldn't quite commit to the correct proportions. But the worst part was the stillness. The figure stood as unmoving as the bear had earlier. No sway. No posture change. No breathing motion. Exactly the same wrong kind of stillness. For a moment I wondered if it was a person, maybe a ranger, maybe a lost hiker in shock. But the proportions were off. The shoulders too narrow. The arms too long. The head slightly tilted in a way no relaxed human neck would tilt. I opened my mouth to speak, but the words snagged. The bears didn't growl. They didn't flee. They didn't posture. They simply watched, muscles taut, as though witnessing something they recognized and did not want to challenge. The figure took one step forward. It wasn't loud. The step barely disturbed the pine needles beneath it. But I felt the vibration through the ground again, faint but unmistakable. The movement was too smooth. Almost deliberate in the way a tracking camera moves smoothly, not the way a biological creature shifts its weight. When it stepped again, I found my voice. "Hey!" My voice cracked. "Identify yourself." No answer. The figure paused but didn't react otherwise. Another step. My hand tightened around the bear spray. I raised it, trying to steady the trembling in my wrist. The bear shifted. Not toward the figure. Toward me. It wasn't aggression. It was positioning, subtle, instinctive, like they were bracing for my reaction, ready to interpret it as escalation. Bears read body language. They respond to tension. The fact that they were more focused on me than the figure told me something important and deeply unsettling. Whatever the thing was, the bears didn't think they could control it. They thought I might provoke it. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay, Paige." Slow breath. Slow movements. The figure stepped out of the shadows fully then. And everything inside me tightened. It was human-shaped. But the proportions were unmistakably wrong once it reached full light. The neck sat at a slight angle, too long for the body. The arms hung almost to the knees. Its posture was stiff, like someone learning how to stand still and overcorrecting. Its face, if it had one, was obscured by the shade of a hood or shadow. I couldn't tell which. I could only see the faintest sheen where I should have been, but there was no reflection, no catch of light. It felt like staring at a mannequin someone had tried to animate but hadn't fully figured out yet. "Sir?" I said, louder this time. "Are you injured? Do you need assistance?" The bears tensed at the sound of my voice. The crouching one rose to its full height, not standing upright but pushing halfway off its haunches, weight ready to bolt in either direction. The figure froze. Not like a scared animal. Like a machine that had been told to stop. Then the breathing sound returned. Slow. Deep. Measured. But it wasn't coming from the figure. It was behind me again. I whipped around so fast the bears flinched. The meadow was empty, but the breathing grew louder, close enough that the hairs on my arms lifted. I spun back toward the figure, but it was gone. Vanished between the trees without a single sound. The bears reacted instantly. The standing one huffed sharply, a warning. The crouching one pivoted and bolted into the forest with startling speed, crashing through brush. The standing bear followed a heartbeat later, not retreating out of fear, but evacuating with the urgency of an animal responding to a threat it knew and respected. Within seconds, both were gone. The breathing stopped. The silence returned. I stood alone in the meadow, the light fading fast, the air heavy with a tension that felt almost electric. I backed toward my tent, every step careful, deliberate. My brain scrambled for explanations: thermal distortion, heat stroke, misinterpretation, a person whose appearance was altered by light and distance. All possible. All comforting. None convincing. When I reached the tent, I grabbed my pack, slung it over my shoulder, and started toward the trail without taking down the shelter. Leaving gear behind is normally unthinkable for me, but I didn't care. I just needed distance. I needed trees between me and that meadow. I needed out. I made it barely 20 yards before I heard it again. A single step behind me. Soft. Measured. Too close. I turned slowly, terrified of what I would see. The meadow behind me was empty. But my tent, the silhouette inside it, was not mine. Someone or something was standing inside my tent, perfectly still, my own shadow stretched across the fabric like a distorted reflection. And then, in a slow, deliberate motion, the silhouette lifted its head toward me. I ran. For the first time all day, I ran. Not from bears. Not from anything I could name. but from something that had watched the bears the same way it had watched me. Something that had waited. Something that had learned the shape of my body well enough to wear it like a suit of shadows. And for the entire sprint back to the trailhead, I kept hearing that same gentle, rhythmic breathing. Not behind me. Not ahead of me. But matching my pace, perfectly, step for step, just beyond the reach of the fading light. My name is Logan Huxley, and this account contains 900 words. I provide it formally because precision helps me stay grounded in what happened that day in Arches National Park. The desert does strange things to your senses. Light bends where it shouldn't, heat warps your depth perception, silence becomes a pressure on your skin. I know all that. I've hiked Arches for years. I trust the landscape, even when it feels hostile. But what I saw near Tower Arch still sits in my ribs like something embedded. I had planned a simple day trip with my coworker, Elise, nothing ambitious. Just a loop through the backcountry section and back before dusk. The sun was sharp and white, the air bone dry with that metallic itch you smell before extreme heat. Everything felt normal. It wasn't until mid-afternoon, long after we passed the last other hikers, that something in the sandstone quiet started to go wrong. We were approaching a narrow pass when Elise grabbed my arm and whispered, "Don't move. Look up there." Perched on a sandstone ledge about 20 feet above us was a bobcat. Small, lean, ears tipped with black, body framed against the sky like a perfect wildlife photograph. It stared down at us with an intensity that made my chest tighten. Normally bobcats don't hold eye contact that long. They glance, assess, move on. But this one just watched. "Wow," I breathed. "That's amazing." "It hasn't moved," Elise whispered back. I noticed it when we came around the bend. And it was in the exact same posture. That didn't sound possible. I asked, "How long?" "At least 5 minutes. Maybe more." She wasn't prone to exaggeration. Still, I chalked it up to coincidence. Wild animals freeze when uncertain. Sometimes they stay motionless long enough that your brain makes weird leaps about time. We skirted the ledge, giving the bobcat a wide berth. I kept glancing up. Every time I checked, it was still there, front paws together, tail curled neatly around its body, ears pointed forward. No twitch. No weight shift. No breath movement. I told myself we just weren't close enough to see the subtle stuff. But an hour later, when we looped back from the far side of the ridge, the bobcat was still there. Exact same spot. Exact same posture. Exact same angle of head. The sun had dipped lower behind the ridge, casting long shadows, yet the bobcat perched like a sculpture, unchanged. "Elise," I murmured. "It can't be the same cat." "No," she said quietly. "It can." We stood there watching it for a full minute. The air felt heavier than before, as if the sandstone walls were holding their breath with us. The silence made my ears ring. Finally I said, "Maybe it's injured." Elise frowned. Then it'd be slumped. "This thing looks posed." That word lodged in my mind, posed. I stepped closer, just a few feet. My boots scraped the gravel. The sound echoed strangely against the canyon wall, sharper, too crisp. The bobcat did not react. No flick of the ear. No tightening of the shoulders. Not even a blink. The shadows kept lengthening. The light changed significantly, orange, then red, then the first traces of dust creeping across the rocks, but the cat's silhouette remained identical. We kept hiking. We didn't talk much. Every now and then we checked over our shoulders, and every time, the bobcat was still there. Watching. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon and the desert took on that eerie blue tint right before darkness, my nerves were fraying. Wildlife doesn't behave this way. Even statuesque animals shift subtly to regulate balance and temperature. They blink every few seconds. They breathe. This one didn't feel like it was breathing. When full darkness settled in, we debated whether to camp or move on. We decided to stop and rest for a few minutes. Elise sat on a rock and drank from her water bottle. I stood, scanning the horizon with growing unease. The temperature dropped fast, the way it always does in the desert. That was when Elise said quietly, "Logan, can you shine your flashlight at it? I want to make sure it's actually there." The bobcat was a darker smudge against the ledge now. I hesitated a moment. I didn't want to blind the animal or stress it, but we needed clarity. I switched on my flashlight and aimed it gently at the ledge. The beam caught the bobcat's face. And my breath hitched. Its eyes were gone. Not gouged out. Not bloody. Not damaged. Just gone. Two perfect black pits where the reflective shine of animal eyes should have been. Holes that seemed to swallow the light instead of bouncing it back the way all-night animals do. For a split second, it looked like its skull was hollow. I lowered the beam instantly, heart pounding. Elise whispered, "What did you see?" But before I could answer, the bobcat moved for the first time all day. Not toward us. Just its head tilting, slowly, like someone pulling it by an invisible string. That tiny movement felt impossibly smooth, too controlled. Realistic explanations existed: shadow, disease, angle, cataracts, even illusions caused by fatigue, but in that moment, none of them reached me. Because for the first time since we saw it, the bobcat wasn't watching us. It was looking at something directly behind us. Elise whispered, "Don't turn around." Which is, of course, the fastest way to make your entire body want to spin on instinct. But something in her voice, tight, breathless, made me freeze. The bobcat's posture hadn't changed except for its head tilt, but the angle of that tilt was unmistakable. Whatever it was looking at was close. I forced a slow breath, the kind you pull from the bottom of your lungs to keep your hands steady. The desert night pressed in thickly, swallowing sound. Even the wind had died. The silence felt textured, like you could brush your hand against it. "Elise," I whispered, "what do you see?" "Nothing," she breathed. "But something's wrong." "You feel that?" I did. The air felt weighted, as if the space behind us had thickened. I slowly shifted my flashlight downward so I wouldn't blind the cat or draw attention upward, and angled the beam toward the ground behind us. Nothing. Just rippled sand, scattered juniper twigs, the faint curve of our footprints. But the bobcat kept staring past us, unmoving again except for that unnatural tilt. I aimed the beam farther back. The light washed over an empty patch of rock. Nothing stood there, no animal, no person, no shadow that didn't belong. But the air felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. Elise whispered, "Logan, look up." My gut clenched. I raised the beam slowly, very slowly, until a flashlight lit the suspended dust particles in the air. Then it struck something. Not an animal. Not a person. Something more like a distortion. Like heat shimmer. But at night. When the air was gold. A faint ripple of movement clung to the space between two boulders, bending the light subtly, as if something stood there and warped the air around it. Not invisible, no. Just indescribably difficult to focus on. "Elise," I murmured. "Do you see that?" "Yes," she said quietly. "But I don't know what I'm seeing." The ripple shifted, drifting a few inches to the right. The bobcats had followed it with soft precision. That's what snapped me back into logic, its smooth tracking. Wild animals track center motion, but they do it with micro-adjustments, tiny pulses of muscle, quick corrections. The bobcat moved like it was being guided. "Okay," I whispered, forcing rationality into my voice. "It's probably heat distortion. Rocks retain warmth after sunset. It can cause optical." The ripple moved again. This time toward us. Not a lot. Just enough to erase the explanation I'd reached for. Elise's hand gripped my arm. "Logan, I don't like this." "We're fine," I lied. "We're going to step back, slowly, and..." A sound cut me off. A soft, low rasping noise like dry fabric dragging over rough stone. Behind us. Above us. Everywhere at once. The bobcat suddenly straightened, not standing, not preparing to pounce, just pulling itself more upright, like a puppet anchored by strings. The motion was stiff, deliberate, not feline at all. "Elise," I whispered. "We need to move." We took one step backward. The ripple shifted again, closer. The bobcat's missing eyes locked onto it like twin black holes. A perfectly natural explanation existed. I kept telling myself injury, blindness, desert heat illusions, exhaustion, tricks of light. And maybe that was true. But the timing, the way everything moved together, felt orchestrated. We stepped farther back, careful and slow. I kept my flashlight aimed downward, but the beam trembled with my hand. The ripple followed at the edge of the light, staying just out of clarity. Elise whispered, "Why is it tracking us?" "It's not," I said. "It's tracking something moving with us." She inhaled sharply. The rasping sound came again, closer now. I turned the beam slightly to the left. A shape flashed only for a second. Something long, low, hugging the ground. But when I jerked the light back to confirm the shape, nothing was there. Just sand. Just stone. Just silence. The bobcat's head dipped. Its entire posture changed, flattening closer to the rock, as though preparing for something beneath it. I had a horrible thought, the kind that creeps into your mind like a whisper. What if its eyes weren't missing at all? What if the light just couldn't reflect off them because something was blocking it? A film. A shadow. A layer of something between us and its real eyes. Something that had gotten between. "Elise," I said, "don't run." "But we're leaving." "Now." We backed away, retracing our steps toward the trail we'd come from. The ripple drifted with us. Always the same distance. As if tethered. The bobcat stayed on the ledge, unmoving once more. We kept walking until the ledge was almost out of sight. That was when the ripple finally broke its pattern. It stopped. Then it lowered like something crouching. The bobcat responded instantly. It bowed its head. Not in submission. Not in fear. Something that looked almost like acknowledgement. And whatever was crouching in the dark, crouched back. The temperature dropped further, so fast it felt unnatural even for desert nightfall. The cold wrapped around my arms like wet cloth. Elise shivered beside me, whispering, "Logan, what do we do if it follows us all the way back?" "It won't," I said, even though I had absolutely no idea. "We just need to get to the main trail. Someone else might be there." But deep down, I knew nobody would be. This part of Arches empties out fast after sunset. People underestimate how quickly darkness consumes the canyons. We kept moving. I forced myself not to shine the flashlight behind us, terrified of confirming what I already suspected. The ripple was following. A subtle shift in pressure behind us. A soft distortion in my peripheral vision. A faint scrape of sand that matched our steps too perfectly. Finally, Elise whispered, "Logan, shine it. Please." So I did. The beam swung behind us. And hit nothing. Just rippled sand. Just dry brush. Just empty space. But the ripple didn't show up in the light. It stayed in the dark edges instead, lurking where the illumination faded. I saw it again, barely, bending the starlight in a direction that didn't make sense. As if it preferred the shadows. Or needed them. We kept walking, faster now but still controlled. My breath fogged faintly. That shouldn't happen yet, not at this temperature. Elise finally stopped. "Logan." The bobcat. I turned back toward the ledge. It was gone. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I might collapse. The absence of the bobcat was somehow worse than its eerie presence. I swept the flashlight across the ledge, across the surrounding boulders, across every shadow big enough to hide something. Nothing. "It jumped down," I whispered. "Probably ran off." But Elise shook her head. No sound. No movement. Nothing triggered the gravel. She was right. The sand below the ledge remained untouched. My voice cracked. "We need to move." We started walking again, faster. Then a soft sound drifted from behind us. Not the ripple. Not the rasp. Something sharper. A click. 2 clicks. Then a low growl so muted it barely vibrated the ground. The bobcat. But not where it should have been. I swung the flashlight toward the sound and caught a glimpse, only a glimpse, of a small shape slipping behind a rock formation to our right. Too fast. Too silent. Almost gliding. "Logan," Elise whispered, "its eyes." I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see those hollow pits again. But instinct forced me to scan the shadows. And then I found them. 2 perfect black circles floating just above the ground behind the rock, too low for a bobcat, too still for anything alive. But they weren't eyes. They weren't shining. They were absorbing the light again. Sucking it in. Like holes punched into the world. I jerked the flashlight away, heart hammering. The moment the light left the rock, the clicking sound came again, closer this time. The ripple in the shadows behind us shifted, and the bobcat's hollow pits turned toward it, not toward us. For a moment, it felt like we weren't even part of the equation. Something was happening between the ripple and the bobcat, some exchange or recognition I didn't have the language for. "Elise," I said, "run." "We can't." "Run." So we ran. Not blindly. Not in a panic. Just a controlled sprint along the sandstone, following the faint outline of the path by flashlight. The night air tore at my lungs. Shadows warped with each stride. The ripple followed. We heard it not through sound, but through absence. A void trailing us, erasing the edges of the world wherever it moved. Then the bobcat ran too. Not beside us. Not behind us. Somewhere parallel, moving through the rocks with unnatural silence. It wasn't chasing us. It was escorting. Or herding. We reached a fork in the path. Left led deeper into the canyon. Right led toward the trailhead. We turned right. The ripple didn't follow this time. But the bobcat did. It stepped into the beam for the first time, finally showing its full face. Its eyes were not hollow now. They were covered by something. A thin, opaque film that reflected nothing. Not cataracts. Not injury. Something lay over them like a membrane. When the flashlight hit it, the bobcat froze again, posture rigid, breath non-existent. The membrane shifted. Just slightly. Like something behind it was adjusting. I lowered the light slowly. The film stopped moving. The bobcat blinked then. A single slow blink. And the membrane stayed in place. It wasn't protecting its eyes. It was hiding them. The ripple behind us retreated, melting silently into the canyon's darkest edge, as if satisfied. The bobcat watched it go. Then it turned to us just once and walked away with perfect, fluid motion, vanishing behind a cluster of red rock spires. We didn't stop moving until we reached the parking lot, breathless and shaking. That night, as I sat in my car with the engine running, I kept seeing that membrane. That perfect black film. Not supernatural. Not impossible. Just something real we didn't have a name for. And somewhere in Arches National Park, it's still wearing that bobcat's face. My name is Sienna Graves, and this account contains 900 words written as formally and accurately as I can manage. I do that because I need something to anchor myself to what happened, something fixed, something measurable. Redwood National Park is supposed to be grounding. That's why people come here. The trees hold the sky up, the air smells like history, and the forest feels older than problems. I've been there dozens of times before with my partner, Caleb. We weren't chasing any thrill. We just wanted a quiet day and a night beneath the tallest living things on Earth. But that day, the silence felt wrong from the moment we stepped out of the truck. Redwoods absorbed sound in a way I've always loved, footsteps muted, wind softened, your breathing swallowed by centuries of bark. But this silence was different. It felt as though the forest itself had held its breath, not in peace but in anticipation. I remember looking at Caleb and saying, "It's too quiet." He'd shrugged, forcing a smile. Maybe we picked a peaceful day. But his eyes were unsettled. We set up camp in a small permitted clearing off the trail. Towers of redwood rose around us, their trunks thick as houses, their bark ridged like scar tissue. As the afternoon light filtered through layers of canopy, it felt like standing inside a cathedral. For a few hours, it was calm, even beautiful. We cooked, talked, wandered a bit. The silence stayed the entire time, heavy as humidity but colder somehow. Around dusk, everything shifted. Not slowly. Not naturally. More like a switch had been thrown. A single heavy thud echoed somewhere beyond the treeline. Then another. Then a third, closer than the others. Caleb froze mid-sentence. I felt every hair on my arms rise. "Bear," he whispered. "Maybe," I said, though the weight of those steps didn't sound like a bear's rolling gait. They sounded dragging. Heavy, uneven drags, like something pulling more weight than it could comfortably carry. We ducked into the tent as the light faded. The fabric glowed orange from the last rays of sunset, then dropped abruptly into darkness. The silence returned, pressing inward until even our breathing seemed too loud. Caleb clicked off his flashlight. For a while we lay there listening, barely moving, trying not to imagine anything unnatural. Redwood Forest, I reminded myself, has elk, black bears, cougars. Strange sounds happen. The trees themselves creak and shed bark. Not everything ominous is meaningful. Then the steps began circling the tent. Slow. Deliberate. Heavy. Thud, drag. Thud, drag. Thud, drag. Each footstep pressed deep enough that I felt the vibration through the ground pad beneath me. Bears can be heavy, Yes, but not like this. Not so heavy that the earth shivered. Caleb's voice was barely audible. It's walking in a circle. I nodded even though he couldn't see. My heart beat so loudly I felt it in my throat. The steps went halfway around us before stopping entirely. The silence that followed felt like being watched from all sides. Then a sound scraped the bark of one of the trees behind us. A long, rough drag of claws, except it began near the base of the tree and rose, steadily, far higher than any climbing animal should reach. 6 feet. 7. 8. 9. Nearly 10 feet up the trunk. Caleb whispered, "That's not possible." The tree vibrated. Bark cracked and peeled away, falling in flakes onto the tent. I clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle a cry. Something was testing the trees. Measuring them. Marking them. Elk don't do that. Cougars don't do that. Bears don't drag claws upward in one long, continuous stroke. Their movements are choppy, uneven. This was a single uninterrupted motion, like fingers made of bone. Another tree behind us shuddered as something scraped it too. The sound echoed impossibly high this time, as if whatever was moving had stretched upward, reaching farther with ease. Caleb grabbed my hand in the dark. "We need to get out of here." "No," I whispered. "If it's a bear." "It's not." He was right. We both knew. The footsteps resumed, slower this time, as though the creature was thinking. Considering. Each step pressed the earth harder than the last, and the dragging sound returned, sharper, like claws trailing through soil. I reached for the bear spray, even though I knew instinctively it wouldn't matter against whatever this was. The steps paused again. This time, inches from the tent wall. Something exhaled long, shaky, wet-sounding. Not like animal breath. Too cold. Too uneven. Then a shadow passed across the tent fabric. Tall. Not wide. Humanoid only in the sense that it had a shape. It leaned close, so close the nylon dented inward. Caleb squeezed my hand so hard his nails dug into my skin. The silhouette lifted one arm. Longer than any arm had a right to be. And traced a single line down the tent wall. Claws, or fingers, sliding slowly. Purposefully. Right toward my face. I didn't scream. I couldn't. The forest outside remained impossibly silent. As if everything that lived in it was hiding from the same thing we were. Then the creature's hand stopped, claws resting lightly against the tent wall only a breath away from my cheek. And it whispered. Not words. Just a sound. A soft, trembling groan that rose from deep within its chest, vibrating the ground again in a way that made my teeth ache. The sound froze both of us. It wasn't animalistic, not in any way I recognized. It vibrated more like something struggling to imitate breath. A trembling resonance that shifted unevenly, like it didn't understand how lungs worked. The groan wavered, rising and falling in unnatural cadence, and every hair on my arm stood on end. The shadow lingered there, claws pressing lightly against the thin barrier of nylon before sliding downward in a slow, deliberate scrape. It didn't tear the tent, though it could have with a flick of its hand. It was careful. Testing the material. Testing us. Caleb inhaled sharply but silently. I felt his breath stutter. "Don't move," I mouthed, though he couldn't see. My voice wouldn't come, so the words formed only in my throat. Outside, the creature shifted its weight. Soil compacted with a heavy, moist thud. Then that dragging sound again, like bone through mulch. The silhouette straightened, its shadow receding from the tent wall but not disappearing. It stood just beyond the thin fabric, examining us through it, the outline distorted by the faint starlight filtering through the canopy. Then it began to circle again. But this time it moved faster. Not the slow, dragging footfalls from before. These were sharp, uneven, almost impatient, like it was excited. Or agitated. A long finger dragged across another tree, higher than before. Bark cracked and rained down like dry snow. The scraping rose well above 10 feet this time. Caleb whispered, "How tall? What the hell is that?" His voice shook so violently it barely existed. I clutched the bear spray, hands sweating so much the metal slipped. The creature's footsteps stopped directly behind Caleb's side of the tent. It paused. The silence stretched into something unbearable. Then something tapped the tent. A gentle, precise tap. Once. Twice. 3 times. Like knuckles knocking on a door. Caleb jolted, slapping a hand over his own mouth. My pulse hammered so violently my vision swam even in the dark. A deep, rattling breath rose from the creature again, closer this time. So close the air inside the tent shifted. Then came the dragging. Not claws on bark this time, but on the ground. A long, sweeping pull across the soil, circling the tent again and again. The sound traced a tightening spiral, shrinking the creature's path until it was almost brushing the tent fabric with every pass. Should we run? Caleb breathed. In the dark? No. My voice cracked into barely a whisper. We wait for it to back off. Then we go. But it didn't back off. The shadow returned, looming over my side now. Its silhouette bent forward as though crouching. Something brushed the tent lightly from the outside. It felt like hair. Long strands, dragging softly across the nylon. My breath caught in my chest, refusing to leave. The creature lowered itself further, and its shadow lengthened unnaturally, flattening itself against the tent wall in a way that didn't match its physical shape. It was listening. Breathing with us. Matching our inhales and exhales, learning the rhythm. Then it made a new sound. Clicking. A soft, irregular click-click-click, like bone tapping against bone inside a hollow place. The rhythm escalated faster, sharper, until it sounded almost frantic. "What is that?" Caleb whispered. "It's communicating," I said before I could stop myself. The clicking stopped abruptly. The creature froze again. Then, without warning, the entire tent shifted. Something massive pressed against it, collapsing one wall inward. Caleb toppled sideways into me as the nylon sagged. The creature's weight settled over us like a boulder, pinning us down. Its breath seeped through the fabric, cold, damp, wrong in a way that made my stomach twist. It wasn't trying to crush us. It was smelling us. A deep inhalation pulled the tent inward as though it were vacuuming the air from around us. The creature held the breath, savoring it. I felt its claws trace lightly along the tent's top seam. Not cutting. Not tearing. Mapping the structure. One finger pushed downward, nearly touching my forehead through the nylon. I felt the coldness of it. The unnatural precision. Caleb trembled beside me. I squeezed his hand again, not sure if it was for him or for myself. Then, as suddenly as it had pressed down, the creature lifted its weight. The tent sprang back into shape, quivering. Footsteps receded a few feet before stopping again. A pause. A silence. Then, a low, guttural exhale rose from it. A final acknowledgement. And the creature ran. Not away. Not toward us. But straight through the forest, weaving between trees faster than anything that large should move. The ground shook beneath its sprinting footfalls, heavy but impossibly agile. Branches snapped high above us. Bark rained down in chunks. The speed and height of its trajectory made no sense for any land animal. Caleb bolted upright. Now! We go now! I didn't argue. We grabbed only what we could reach, our boots, our backpacks still half-zipped, and tore out of the tent into the darkness. The forest devoured the last light. Shadows stretched in every direction. The cold was brutal, more like winter than late summer. My breath plumed in front of me. We started running, but something else started running too. Not behind us. Parallel. Staying just out of sight. Matching our pace perfectly. We sprinted blindly through the dark forest, guided only by memory and the faint outline of the trail. Redwood trunks rose around us like pillars, their silhouettes stretching endlessly upward into blackness. Our footsteps thudded in frantic rhythm, but beside us, always beside us, the creature's steps followed smoothly. It wasn't struggling to keep up. It was pacing us. Caleb gasped, "Left, we need to go left, there's a junction ahead." I didn't know if he was right, but I followed. My flashlight swung wildly in my hand, illuminating brief snapshots, roots, ferns, the curve of a redwood trunk 20 feet across. The light cut through the darkness for only a moment before being swallowed whole. And then there. A flash of movement between two trees. Tall. Bent. Running with unnatural fluidity. Caleb saw it too. He stumbled but kept going. The creature wasn't sprinting like a predator. It moved like something practiced, efficient, taking long, effortless strides that barely disturbed the ground. Then it cut across our path. Just a shadow at first, crossing 20 feet in a single glide. My legs nearly collapsed from beneath me. "It's hurting us," I whispered. Caleb didn't answer. He couldn't. Ahead, the trail narrowed between two fallen redwoods. To the right was dense underbrush. To the left, a drop-off into darkness. We funneled toward the choke point, having no choice. That's when the creature stepped into the path ahead of us. A silhouette taller than any human. Limbs too long. Shoulders too narrow. A posture that seemed borrowed, like it was imitating how bipeds stand but hadn't perfected it. We skidded to a halt in the dirt. My flashlight trembled as I raised it. The beam hit the creature's torso and died. Snuffed out by something on its surface, absorbed like the bobcat's eyes in the last story you asked for, but now its entire body drank the light. No reflection. No definition. Just a shape darker than the forest around it. The only details I could make out were its hands, long, splayed fingers tipped with curved claws. When it flexed them, the movement made no sound, even though the claws glinted faintly in the starlight. It tilted its head toward us. Bone clicked somewhere inside it. Caleb grabbed my wrist. "Turn around. Back, go back." But as we spun, a second shadow dropped silently behind us. It landed on all fours, its limbs bending at wrong angles before straightening again. Branches above swayed with the impact. It had been in the canopy. Watching. Waiting for us to reach the choke point. We were trapped between two of them. The first creature stepped closer, slow and deliberate. The ground trembled faintly with each movement. It lifted one hand, claws extended, then lowered it again like it was deciding what to do with us. The second creature circled, dragging claw tips lightly through the soil. Not attacking. Not even threatening. Studying us. "Why aren't they doing anything?" Caleb whispered. "They're deciding." The word tasted like metal. The first creature leaned forward, sniffing the air. Its breath rattled through its chest cavity, uneven like wind through an old structure. The sound vibrated low enough to make my ribs ache. Then, unexpectedly, the second creature retreated a few steps. It straightened, tilted its head, clicked its teeth rapidly, a sharp staccato sound. The first creature clicked back. A conversation, fast, dry, impossible. When they stopped, both turned their heads toward the deeper forest, as if something unseen had called them. And then they stepped aside. Not far. Just enough to open a path between them. A path leading nowhere safe. The trail behind them vanished into unlit blackness. No moonlight broke through. No sound existed there. They wanted us to go that way. Caleb shook his head, trembling. We can't. We go forward, run past, please, please. But the creatures closed the path forward instantly, mirroring each other's movement like synchronized shadows. We were being herded again. Come on, I whispered. We don't have options. We stepped toward the dark corridor between them. As we passed, both creatures leaned close enough for me to feel the cold radiating off their bodies. One dragged its claws lightly across a redwood trunk, leaving 4 deep grooves nearly 12 feet high. A reminder. We walked faster. Then faster. Then we broke into a run. The forest swallowed us whole. No path. No landmarks. Only darkness and the thundering of our steps. Behind us, footfalls followed. Not chasing. Escorting. When we finally burst out onto the main road near the trailhead, the creatures stopped at the edge of the forest. Watching. Silent. Their bodies darker than the night behind them. Caleb collapsed beside me, sobbing. I stared back at the tree line, unable to look away. The creatures didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't step forward. As if the boundary itself held them back. But as we reached the car, I saw the nearest redwoods bark. A new set of claw marks. Fresh. High. Too high. Almost 15 feet off the ground. A message, carved deliberately. We can reach farther than you think. And as we sped away, I realized something else. The forest behind us wasn't silent anymore. Something was humming. Low, resonant, rhythmic. As if the redwoods themselves were whispering back. My name is Dale Mercer, and I serve as a seasonal ranger assigned to Bryce Canyon National Park. My duties include trail monitoring, visitor safety, and evening campsite rounds, tasks that sound predictable until the canyon decides to turn unpredictable. This account describes one full day on assignment, a day that began routinely and ended with an encounter I am still trying to rationalize under strict field realistic terms. I am not claiming anything supernatural. Only that what happened was real, and I am still working through what it meant. The day started earlier than usual because of a sudden temperature drop overnight. The air carried that brittle, high desert chill that makes every sound travel farther than it should. I checked in at the ranger station, signed on my radio and GPS, and was assigned to cover the Bryce Point Loop, including the smaller spur trails where wildlife sightings had increased over the past week. Mostly mule deer and a few pronghorns, nothing out of the ordinary. But several campers had also reported fox activity around campsites, which isn't common this time of year. The animals usually stay lower where food sources are more reliable. I headed out shortly after sunrise. The canyon was painted in long, soft shadows, hoodoos glowing like lit embers. The place always has this quiet, cathedral-like stillness in the morning, a kind of beauty that can make you forget how harsh and indifferent the terrain really is. I hiked the trail system, checked signage, cleared a small fallen branch from a narrow switchback. Everything felt exactly as expected until dusk. I was on my way back toward one of the primitive camps when I noticed movement beyond a cluster of pinyon pines. A fox stepped out. Bright orange, lean, tail held high. Absolutely beautiful. It paused when it saw me, ears forward, body lowered slightly as if studying my shape. Foxes are cautious but curious, and it's not unusual for them to watch humans from a distance. Still, this one held its stare for longer than most would. I slowed down and crouched slightly, keeping my hands visible. The fox didn't bolt. Instead, it walked a few steps closer, slow, measured, like it was deciding whether I was a threat or an opportunity. The odd thing wasn't the approach itself, but the calmness. Its breathing was steady, its tail flicking just once every few seconds. No signs of stress or aggression. When I resumed walking toward the camp, the fox followed at a casual distance. 10 feet behind. Then 8. Then 5. Every time I turned, it stopped. Every time I stepped forward, so did it. I told myself it had to be food conditioned, maybe hikers had tossed scraps at it earlier in the season. When an animal learns that humans equal food, it drops its natural boundaries. I arrived at the primitive camp area around dusk. The sun had dipped low, leaving the canyon rim glowing red while everything below turned into long blue shadow. I set up my small fire ring, logged my location into the ranger system, and prepared to settle in for a standard overnight observation shift. That fox stayed. It sat just outside the ring of light, its silhouette still as a carving. The fire flickered, casting strange distortions across its face. Foxes can look oddly human when light hits them in certain angles, elongated cheekbones, a narrow snout that seems almost like a stretched smile. I reminded myself of that. Realistic explanations first. Then it tilted its head. Not the quick, sharp head tilt foxes do when they're curious. This was slow. Almost deliberate. As if it were trying to match my posture. Its eyes reflected the firelight, producing a shimmer that made it look like they were widening. They weren't. It was just the angle, I told myself. The light. The distance. Still, something felt wrong. I watched the fox closely. Every ranger I know has seen wildlife act strangely. Injuries, parasites, heat stress, even neurological issues can cause animals to move in ways that look unsettling. But this fox wasn't twitching, drooling, or stumbling. It wasn't showing aggression. It was too calm. Too composed. I tossed a small pebble in its direction, not to harm it, but to break the behavior. The fox didn't flinch. It only shifted its hind legs slightly, as though bracing itself, and kept watching me. Night deepened. The fire crackled. The canyon air grew colder, heavy with the smell of sage and dust. I ate a quick dehydrated meal and kept an eye on the animal. The fox eventually lowered itself onto its belly, paws stretched out in front, chin resting lightly on them. A comfortable pose. A patient one. My radio hissed once, but no call came through. Just static. I told myself the fox would leave when I turned in for the night. Animals rarely stay past the point when humans stop moving or offering food opportunities. But something in its posture made me uneasy, like it wasn't waiting for food. It was waiting for me to stop watching. I tried focusing on the fire instead of the dark outline at the edge of the ring. The flames rose, then dropped, then rose again as the wood shifted. And every few seconds, I glanced at the fox to make sure it hadn't crept closer. It never moved. Not even when a gust of wind sent ash swirling toward it. Not when I stood to adjust a log. Not when my radio crackled again, louder this time. Just watching. Quiet. Intent. It was the stillness that bothered me. Stillness like that means an animal is either injured or planning something. I didn't know which possibility worried me more. And when I finally stood up to check the perimeter of the camp, the fox rose to its feet smoothly, silently mirroring my timing with unnatural precision. That was the moment the unease shifted into something colder. Something like recognition. The fox paced when I paced, paused when I paused. Every movement seemed synchronized, though I kept reminding myself it had to be coincidence or light-driven misinterpretation. Still, I didn't like it. I logged a quick behavioral note into my Ranger Field tablet, marking the animal as unusually habituated and potentially food-conditioned. I should have radioed base for advice, but the signal was patchy this deep in the canyon. My last attempt had barely gone through. I made a slow circle around camp, checking for signs of other wildlife. The fox followed at a distance, keeping just outside the firelight where shadows swallowed its outline. Occasionally the flame brightened enough to reveal its face, its snout lifted slightly, teeth visible as its mouth hung half open. Normal fox behavior, I told myself. They'd pant when stressed. But the air was cold, panting didn't fit. It wasn't drooling, though, which meant rabies was less likely. Maybe an upper respiratory issue? Maybe dental pain? Something that made the fox hold its mouth in that strange half-open posture. My flashlight beam passed near it, and the fox reacted not by running, but by narrowing its eyes like the light offended it. That sent a small jolt through me. Predators usually avoid bright beams. Even curious ones tend to back off. This one did the opposite, it leaned subtly forward. I lowered the flashlight. The fox's eyes tracked a movement with eerie smoothness. I continued checking the area, tracks, scat, broken brush, but the canyon floor was clean. No signs of deer or coyotes. Nothing disturbed except my own footprints and the fox's. A gorgeous animal, but the longer I watched it, the less I trusted its composure. When I finished the perimeter check and walked back toward my fire, the fox stepped forward too, shrinking the distance between us by a few feet. Not enough to be overtly threatening. Just enough to make sure I noticed. "All right, buddy," I murmured, keeping my tone low and steady. "You need to keep your distance." The fox blinked. I tossed another pebble, not at it, but near its paws. Again, no flinch. No startle. Instead, it lifted its head slowly, as though considering how I'd chosen to communicate. I don't assign human intentions to wildlife. It's the quickest path to misinterpretation. Still, standing under that star-choked sky with the canyon echoing every breath I made, I couldn't shake the feeling that the fox wasn't reacting to me. It was studying me. I retreated to the fire ring and added another piece of wood. Sparks lifted into the air, carried by wind that whispered across the ridgeline. The canyon has a distinct acoustics, sounds bounce unpredictably, coming back at you from angles that don't match their origin. The crack of the wood sounded like it came from behind me. My footsteps echoed upward rather than outward. But beneath all that soundscape confusion, I heard something else. Soft clicking. Not claws on stone. Something sharper. More deliberate. My eyes snapped to the fox. Its jaw tremored. Just once. Teeth touching teeth. A behavioral tic I'd seen in coyotes before when they were assessing prey at distance. It doesn't always precede an attack, but it's not friendly curiosity. I took a slow breath, kept my hands visible, and backed slightly toward my tent, not to go inside, but to position myself near my gear in case I needed deterrence tools. Rangers don't carry weapons unless assigned to law enforcement units, but I did have bear spray. At this range, though, the wind direction wasn't ideal. A bad gust could blow it back into my own face. The fox took another step forward, and now the firelight reached its fur fully. That's when I noticed something I'd missed earlier. Its left cheek looked uneven. Not swollen. Not infected. Just asymmetrical, like scar tissue pulling the skin slightly upward on one side. A heel facial injury could explain the odd smiling impression campers had reported. Under the flickering firelight, the distortion made the fox appear like it was baring its teeth deliberately, even though the expression was unintentional. A perfectly realistic explanation. A damaged facial nerve can permanently alter muscle tension. The tension in my chest eased slightly, until something else broke the calm. Footsteps. Human footsteps. Somewhere beyond the pinyon pines. Heavy, slow, rhythmic. Not echoes, actual movement. I froze and killed my firelight instinctively with a bootful of sand. The sudden darkness swallowed the entire camp, leaving the canyon's cold breath against my neck. The fox didn't run. Instead, it pivoted toward the sound like it had been expecting it. That unnerved me more than the footsteps. I grabbed my flashlight but didn't turn it on yet. "Hello?" I called out, projecting my voice clearly without sounding alarmed. "Park ranger here. Identify yourself." Silence. Then another step. The canyon's acoustics made it impossible to pinpoint direction, but it sounded close, maybe 30 yards. I flicked my flashlight on. Nothing but hoodoos and brush. I swept the beam left, right, upward along the canyon wall. Still nothing. The fox had moved again, now positioned between me and the darkness, body rigid, tail low. Its ears twitched at angles that showed it was hearing more than I was. "Is someone out there?" I repeated. No reply. The fox crouched slightly. Then the footsteps stopped completely. I felt sweat bead at the base of my neck despite the cold. My first thought, a lost hiker. My second, someone intentionally avoiding me. My third, echo distortion tricking my senses. But the fox wasn't reacting to an echo. It was reacting to something real. I stepped forward with the flashlight raised, and the fox mirrored me by lowering its stance, like a tense shadow tied to my movements. The moment I crossed the edge of my campsite, the fox suddenly snapped its head toward the ridge and emitted a sharp, guttural bark, nothing like the soft yoops foxes usually make. A warning bark. Directed at me. Or at whatever stood beyond the pines. Before I could decide, the footsteps resumed, this time faster, retreating rather than approaching. I tightened my grip on the light. The fox sprinted after the sound without hesitation, disappearing into the darkness. And I, against better judgment, ran after the fox. I didn't go far at first. Just enough to stay within visual distance of the fox's reflective eyes. The canyon floor dipped and rose unpredictably, and I forced myself to slow down, scanning the terrain ahead. Running blindly in Bryce Canyon is a quick way to twist an ankle, or much worse, tumble into a hidden drop. The darkness thickened between the pines, swallowing even the echo of my own footsteps. The fox had stopped on a small rise overlooking a shallow ravine. Its body was angled downward, ears pinned forward, tail straight like an arrow. It emitted a low growl, not typical fox behavior. They seldom vocalize like that unless cornered or extremely threatened. The sound vibrated subtly in the cold air, more like a warning directed at something in the ravine. I switched my flashlight to a wider beam and scanned the drop below. Tracks. Human tracks. Fresh. They zigzagged irregularly through the loose sand and thin crust of snow, erratic, uneven, like someone had been stumbling or disoriented. They led deeper into the ravine, where vegetation thickened and shadows pulled between the junipers. "Hello?" I called again. "This is Ranger Mercer. If you can hear me, stay where you are. I'm approaching." No response. No movement. Not even wind. The fox descended the slope ahead of me, stepping lightly, never taking its eyes off the footprints. I followed, careful but quick. The tracks were spaced strangely, short strides followed by long ones, then abrupt stops, then toe drag marks. Signs of fatigue or confusion. Every ranger knows what dehydration does to hikers at altitude. People underestimate how quickly the air saps moisture from the body. Halfway down the ravine, something glinted in my flashlight beam. A water bottle. Half full, lying on its side. I crouched, checked it. The plastic wasn't frozen, which meant it hadn't been sitting long. The cap had scratch marks, fresh ones, jagged, like it had been opened with shaking hands or maybe dragged across stone. The fox circled me once, then stopped facing the dense brush ahead. Its breathing quickened. Not fear, anticipation. My instinct told me someone was nearby, possibly collapsed or in distress. The tracks led directly into the brush, then disappeared abruptly where the sand gave way to hardened clay beneath a rock ledge. I swept my flashlight up the ledge, expecting to find more prints. Nothing. Then I noticed something else. Scratches. Thin, parallel scratch marks along the lower portion of the rock face. Not deep enough to suggest claws. More like fingernails. Signs of someone slipping or trying to brace themselves while climbing. But there was no vertical scuffing above the scratch marks. Nothing indicating they climbed successfully. Just the initial attempt. Then, nothing. I felt a tightening in my chest. Hypothermia could cause irrational behavior. A disoriented hiker might attempt to climb a rock face thinking it leads to the trail. But the absence of continued marks troubled me. A fall would leave disturbed sand, drag marks, something. The fox pawed at the ground beside me, whining softly. Not aggressive. Not fearful. Communicative. I shifted my beam again. That's when I finally saw it. A shape lying just beyond the juniper cluster, pale, still, partially obscured by branches. Human. Motionless. "Got you," I whispered, heart thudding. "Hold on." I moved quickly, pushing through the junipers, branches scraping my jacket. The fox stayed close, its breathing sharp, almost anxious. When I reached the shape, I knelt, brushed aside debris, and felt for a pulse. Alive. Weak, thready, but alive. A young man, early 20s maybe, face flushed with cold, eyes half open but unfocused. His lips moved faintly, forming broken syllables. The fox paced in tight circles around us, a behavior I'd only seen when an animal sensed distress or imminent danger. The hiker's eyes flickered toward the fox, then toward me. "It smiled," he whispered, voice barely audible. I froze. Strict realism demanded context first. Hypothermia causes hallucinations. Dehydration distorts perception. Fear magnifies shadows into threats. A fox with facial nerve damage or healed scar tissue could easily appear to smile under the right lighting. That explanation fit. But the hiker's next words chilled me anyway. "It followed me, all day." My throat tightened. "Stay with me. I'm calling for extraction." I lifted my radio. Static. Then a burst of garbled noise, half words lost in the canyon acoustics. I repositioned, stepping toward a slightly higher patch of ground. The fox followed, ears swiveling rapidly. Bass, This is Mercer, I repeated. I have a live subject, unresponsive but breathing. Need immediate extraction. Coordinates transmitting now. The radio hissed again, then finally connected. Copy, Mercer. Signal weak. Repeat coordinates. I read them out. The moment the transmission confirmed, relief washed over me, but it lasted only seconds. Because the hiker's breathing shifted. Shallow. Panicked. His gaze darted past me, fixated on something over my shoulder. The fox crawled again, low, guttural, intense. I turned. Someone stood on the ridge above us. Not approaching. Just standing. A silhouette outlined by the faint moonlight creeping over the canyon rim. Far enough that I couldn't see a face. Close enough that the posture told me something was off. Feet too close together. Arms hanging too still. No headlamp. No gear. No identifiable outline. Hello! I yelled, voice cracking the cold air. Identify yourself. The silhouette didn't move. The fox positioned itself between me and the ridge, hackles raised. I blinked reflexively from the cold wind. And the silhouette was gone. No footsteps. No scrambling. No sound of retreat. Just gone. I swept my flashlight across the ridge, nothing but twisted rock and dark sky. The hiker whimpered. The fox whined. My pulse hammered in my palms. Extraction arrived 34 minutes later. By then, the fox had vanished too, disappearing into the canyon shadows with the same silent decisiveness as the figure on the ridge. I stayed with the hiker until the paramedics loaded him into the rescue vehicle. Before they closed the door, he reached out weakly and gripped my sleeve. It wasn't just a fox, he whispered. Something else was tracking us. I wanted to reassure him. I wanted to tell him he was hallucinating, that cold and fear twist perceptions. I wanted to anchor everything in realism, because that's the only framework that makes sense. But the truth is simpler. Realism doesn't erase the things I saw, or the things I didn't hear leave. I returned to the ridge at first light. No tracks. No prints. Just a single tuft of orange fur caught between two stones. As if something had been watching long before either of us noticed. My name is Harper Quinn, and I work as a wildlife field photographer contracted each season by the Katmai National Park and Preserve Research Team. My primary focus is documenting brown bear behavior around Brooks River and the outer meadow systems for population analysis, dietary patterns, and seasonal activity shifts. I've spent years around these animals long enough to know their rhythms, their moods, and the natural logic behind their reactions. What happened on the day I'm describing was real, strictly within the realm of natural behavior, yet disturbing in ways I've struggled to articulate. That morning began with clear skies, thin, high clouds stretching like pulled wool across the Alaskan horizon. The air was brisk, almost metallic, carrying the scent of cold river water. Bears were plentiful near the river that day, scattered in predictable patterns. 2 younger subadults at the north bank. A large sow with 2 cubs in the meadow grass. And deeper toward the forest edge, 3 massive boars spaced apart, all of them focused on salmon moving upriver. I'd photographed them dozens of times before. Their movements become almost meditative after you've observed them long enough, slow turns of the head, heavy steps through water, calculated swipes at darting fish. Even their confrontations have a certain rhythm. I wasn't alone on this assignment. A small team of 3 researchers stood with me, Dr. Rowan Hale, field biologist, Petra Lang, documentarian, and Jacob Lorne, our safety officer, who carried a shotgun loaded with slugs and bear spray. Standard protocol. We stayed near the raised viewing platform, giving us cover and distance while still allowing us to document behavior clearly. Everything was normal until midday. We were adjusting camera tripods when one of the boars, an enormous male with a distinctive scar across his muzzle, suddenly stopped mid-step. His head shifted upward. Not toward us. Not toward the river. Toward the tree line behind us. Bears can smell what we can't. They detect movement we never notice. But this stillness was different. His posture froze completely, muscles locked, ears forward, eyes fixed on the dense forest. Did he catch our scent? Petra asked quietly. No wind toward us, Dr. Hale answered, her voice low but tense. He's not looking at us. Something's in the trees. Before any of us could react, another bear, this one 30 yards downhill, rose slowly onto its hind legs. Then another. And another. Until 5 massive brown bears were upright, staring into the same tree line, breathing slow and heavy. Bears stand to see better. But they don't stand still like statues unless there's real danger or something deeply unfamiliar. A scent that doesn't match any known predator. Movement too quiet or too fast to categorize. Jacob tightened his grip on the shotgun but didn't raise it. Everyone keep voices low, he said. Stay still. The forest didn't move. Not a branch. Not a leaf. But the bears didn't relax. Harper, Dr. Hale said in a whisper, get photos. Document everything. This is unusual. I took several shots with a telephoto lens, focusing on each bear's posture. Their chests expanded and contracted with slow, controlled breaths. Not panic. Not aggression. Anticipation. Then something moved between the trees. I didn't see it directly. The shadows were too dense, the light too slanted. But I saw branches shift one, then another, at a height far too low for a bear and too smooth for wind. Fast. Low. Silent. The nearest boar grunted, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the ground beneath us. He stepped backward once. Not forward. Backward. The sow herded her cubs behind her body, crouching protectively. Every bear's attention followed the unseen movement with razor precision. Wolf? Petra whispered. No, I said automatically. Wolves aren't that quiet. And the bears would smell them way earlier. Wolverine? Jacob asked. Too small, Dr. Hale murmured. And too slow. This is something else. But we all knew she didn't mean supernatural. She meant unfamiliar. And in Katmai, unfamiliar usually means something we haven't documented yet. Another shift in the shadows. Closer this time. A blur of dark movement, hugging the forest floor, weaving between trunks without so much as snapping a twig. The largest bear let out a sharp huffing exhale, an alarm sound. Everyone back up slowly, Jacob ordered. Don't run. Don't turn your back. We stepped backward toward the platform's ladder. Every bear remained standing, staring, breathing in that slow, deliberate rhythm. My heartbeat felt too loud in the quiet. The air seemed to thicken with the tension pressing down on the meadow. Even the river sounded muffled. Then something happened that made every hair on my arms lift. All 5 bears took a simultaneous step backward. Perfectly synchronized. I've never seen brown bears move in unison like that, not outside coordinated feeding patterns or family groups. These were unrelated males standing shoulder to shoulder in defensive posture. Dr. Hale whispered, "This isn't normal. Something's spooking them. Something big." I kept my camera up, hands shaking slightly. The tree rippled again. A rush of movement so fast it read as a smear of shadow. Not toward us. Parallel to the bears. The boars dropped to all fours at once, their muscles rippling, ready to charge if necessary. But they didn't roar. They didn't posture. They waited. Silent. Tense. Then the shadow stopped. We knew it had stopped because every bear's head snapped to the same point at the same instant. But we still couldn't see it. "Harper," Jacob said under his breath. "We're going back to the cabin. Now." I should have moved. I should have followed protocol without hesitation. But I took one more step forward. I wanted to see what the bears could see. That was my mistake. Because the moment I shifted my weight toward the riverbank, whatever was in the trees shifted too. And every bear reacted. 5 massive brown bears turned and bolted, not toward the river or the forest, but away from both, in a direction bears never flee without cause. I stumbled backward, camera shaking in my grip. Because if something could scare 5 full-grown brown bears into running, there was no version of the situation that ended normally for us. And the thing in the trees was now moving toward us. The moment the bears fled, the air seemed to collapse around us. Katmai is usually a place of constant, layered sound, water rushing, birds calling, wind combing through grass. But now everything went unnaturally quiet, as if the entire landscape held its breath. Jacob stepped in front of us, shotgun raised but steady, his voice low and controlled. "Everyone, back toward the platform. Slow. Eyes on the tree. Petra's breathing shook, but she moved. Dr. Hale kept one hand on Petra's arm and the other gripping her field notes tightly, knuckles white. I moved last, stepping carefully over the grass, camera still in hand. I kept expecting to see something burst through the trees, an injured bear, a wolf pack, anything that made sense. But the forest remained still. Not peaceful. Waiting. "What the hell moves like that?" Petra whispered. "Focus," Jacob said. Another shift in the trees, this time much closer. A blur of dark movement hugged the ground, passing between 2 trunks so fast I couldn't track it. Branches bent outward, not broken, pushed by something moving with deliberate precision. "Okay," Jacob murmured, "that's not wolf behavior." But he didn't say what we were all thinking. Predators make noise. They snap twigs. They exhale loudly. They break rhythm. This thing didn't. We reached the platform ladder. Jacob waved Petra and Dr. Hale up first. Petra climbed fast, boots slipping twice on the runs before she reached the top. Dr. Hale followed with more control but unmistakable tension in her posture. When it was my turn to ascend, the forest moved again. Closer. Fast. Low. Silent. I turned reflexively, just in time to see a shape blur past the edge of the tree. I couldn't identify its form. Only the speed. The way it stayed perfectly level to the ground. The way it didn't disturb the snow crust. But what froze me wasn't what I saw. It was what I didn't hear. No breathing. No panting. No footfall. Natural movement always comes with sound. Always. You don't realize how much until you encounter something that should make sound but doesn't. "Harper." Jacob snapped. "Up." I grabbed the ladder rungs and climbed. Jacob came up behind me fast, one hand holding the shotgun, the other gripping the ladder with controlled urgency. We reached the platform. Jacob immediately pulled the gate shut and latched it. The entire meadow lay before us, empty now except for the salmon-churned river and the distant silhouettes of the bears running far from the tree. Then the forest line shifted once more. This time, whatever moved didn't stay low. A shape rose slightly. Not tall enough to be a bear. Not the posture of a wolf. More like a shoulder crest lifting above a fallen log. Smooth. Controlled. I raised my camera instinctively and snapped photos in continuous burst mode. Dr. Hale grabbed my wrist. "Don't provoke it." "I'm documenting," I whispered. But she held my wrist tighter. "Harper. Look." I lowered the camera. The shape was gone again. But the trees were still swaying just a fraction. Not wind. Movement. It was circling. And the bears knew it long before we did. Jacob exhaled slowly. "We're heading back to base cabin 2. I don't want anyone alone. We'll take the eastern trail. Fewer choke points. We're safer up here," Petra argued, voice trembling. "Not if it decides to wait us out," Jacob replied. "And not if the bears don't come back to this meadow. If apex predators don't want to be here, we shouldn't be either." He wasn't wrong. Dr. Hale nodded, though her jaw was tight. We moved together. No running. No loud voices. Harper rear position. Petra stays between us. We gathered our gear. I checked my camera, still functioning, though my hands shook. The photos I'd taken were mostly motion blur and dark streaks between trees. But one stood out. A single frame, barely visible, showed a dark, elongated shape stretched horizontally, legs tucked close, body low like something aerodynamic had crossed the frame mid-leap. But nothing in Katmai moves like that. "Show Jacob later," Dr. Hale murmured when she saw my expression. "Not now. We need to stay calm." Jacob scanned the tree line one more time, then motioned us toward the back exit ramp. Our boots crunched against the frost as we stepped onto the trail. The forest remained still behind us. But we all felt it. We weren't alone on the trail. Half a mile into the walk, the unease deepened. The air felt heavier, the silence thick like wool around our ears. The trees lining the sides of the narrow trail grew denser. I caught movement once, just a flicker parallel to our path, keeping pace. I turned my head slightly. A branch bent. No wind. A shadow passed between two trees. I steadied my breathing. Something's following us. "We know," Jacob said quietly. "Eyes forward." Dr. Hale squeezed Petra's shoulder. "Stay focused. Slow breath in. Slow breath out." The trail curved around a low ridge, giving us a view of the river again. For a moment, the tension eased. Then a sound cracked across the hillside. Not a roar. Not a snap. A single, sharp chuffing exhale, the warning sound bears use when something gets too close. But there were no bears in sight. Whatever made that sound wasn't bluffing. We froze. Jacob slowly unlatched the safety on the shotgun. "Everyone stay behind me." Another chuff. Closer. Then something darted between the spruce trunks, too fast to follow with the eye. Petra gasped and stumbled backward. Dr. Hale caught her. I lifted my camera again. "Harper, no pictures," Jacob hissed. But I wasn't taking pictures. I was using the zoom as binoculars. I panned slowly between the trunks. Then froze. Something crouched low between two deadfall logs. Not fully visible. Just a darker shape within shadow. Not a clean outline. No identifiable limbs. But I saw one thing clearly. The bear's reaction hadn't been fear. It had been recognition. Predators don't run from shadows. Unless those shadows belong to something faster. Something older. Something they were born knowing to avoid. Jacob whispered, barely audible, "We need to move. Now." And for the first time that day, I knew he was scared. The moment the bears fled, the air seemed to collapse around us. Katmai is usually a place of constant, layered sound, water rushing, birds calling, wind combing through grass. But now everything went unnaturally quiet, as if the entire landscape held its breath. Jacob stepped in front of us, shotgun raised but steady, his voice low and controlled. "Everyone, back toward the platform. Slow. Eyes on the tree lean." Petra's breathing shook, but she moved. Dr. Hale kept one hand on Petra's arm and the other gripping her field notes tightly, knuckles white. I moved last, stepping carefully over the grass, camera still in hand. I kept expecting to see something burst through the trees, an injured bear, a wolf pack, anything that made sense. But the forest remained still. Not peaceful. Waiting. "What the hell moves like that?" Petra whispered. "Focus," Jacob said. Another shift in the trees, this time much closer. A blur of dark movement hugged the ground, passing between two trunks so fast I couldn't track it. Branches bent outward, not broken, pushed by something moving with deliberate precision. "Okay," Jacob murmured, "that's not wolf behavior." But he didn't say what we were all thinking. Predators make noise. They snap twigs. They exhale loudly. They break rhythm. This thing didn't. We reached the platform ladder. Jacob waved Petra and Dr. Hale up first. Petra climbed fast, boots slipping twice on the runs before she reached the top. Dr. Hale followed with more control but unmistakable tension in her posture. When it was my turn to ascend, the forest moved again. Closer. Fast. Low. Silent. I turned reflexively, just in time to see a shape blur past the edge of the tree-line. I couldn't identify its form. Only the speed. The way it stayed perfectly level to the ground. The way it didn't disturb the snow crust. But what froze me wasn't what I saw. It was what I didn't hear. No breathing. No panting. No footfall. Natural movement always comes with sound. Always. You don't realize how much until you encounter something that should make sound but doesn't. "Harper." Jacob snapped. "Up." I grabbed the ladder rungs and climbed. Jacob came up behind me fast, one hand holding the shotgun, the other gripping the ladder with controlled urgency. We reached the platform. Jacob immediately pulled the gate shut and latched it. The entire meadow lay before us, empty now except for the salmon-churned river and the distant silhouettes of the bears running far from the tree-line. Then the forest line shifted once more. This time, whatever moved didn't stay low. A shape rose slightly. Not tall enough to be a bear. Not the posture of a wolf. More like a shoulder crest lifting above a fallen log. Smooth. Controlled. I raised my camera instinctively and snapped photos in continuous burst mode. Dr. Hale grabbed my wrist. "Don't provoke it." "I'm documenting," I whispered. But she held my wrist tighter. "Harper. Look." I lowered the camera. The shape was gone again. But the trees were still swaying, just a fraction. Not wind. Movement. It was circling. And the bears knew it long before we did. Jacob exhaled slowly. "We're heading back to base cabin 2. I don't want anyone alone. We'll take the eastern trail. Fewer choke points. We're safer up here, Petra argued, voice trembling. Not if it decides to wait us out, Jacob replied. And not if the bears don't come back to this meadow. If apex predators don't want to be here, we shouldn't be either. He wasn't wrong. Dr. Hale nodded, though her jaw was tight. We moved together. No running. No loud voices. Harper rear position. Petra stays between us. We gathered our gear. I checked my camera, still functioning, though my hands shook. The photos I'd taken were mostly motion blur and dark streaks between trees. But one stood out. A single frame, barely visible, showed a dark, elongated shape stretched horizontally, legs tucked close, body low like something aerodynamic had crossed the frame mid-leap. But nothing in Katmai moves like that. Show Jacob later, Dr. Hale murmured when she saw my expression. Not now. We need to stay calm. Jacob scanned the tree line one more time, then motioned us toward the back exit ramp. Our boots crunched against the frost as we stepped onto the trail. The forest remained still behind us. But we all felt it. We weren't alone on the trail. Half a mile into the walk, the unease deepened. The air felt heavier, the silence thick like wool around our ears. The trees lining the sides of the narrow trail grew denser. I caught movement once, just a flicker parallel to our path, keeping pace. I turned my head slightly. A branch bent. No wind. A shadow passed between two trees. I steadied my breathing. Something's following us. We know, Jacob said quietly. Eyes forward. Dr. Hale squeezed Petra's shoulder. Stay focused. Slow breath in. Slow breath out. The trail curved around a low ridge, giving us a view of the river again. For a moment, the tension eased. Then a sound cracked across the hillside. Not a roar. Not a snap. A single, sharp chuffing exhale, the warning sound bears use when something gets too close. But there were no bears in sight. Whatever made that sound wasn't bluffing. We froze. Jacob slowly unlatched the safety on the shotgun. Everyone stay behind me. Another chuff. Closer. Then something darted between the spruce trunks, too fast to follow with the eye. Petra gasped and stumbled backward. Dr. Hale caught her. I lifted my camera again. Harper, no pictures, Jacob hissed. But I wasn't taking pictures. I was using the zoom as binoculars. I panned slowly between the trunks. Then froze. Something crouched low between two deadfall logs. Not fully visible. Just a darker shape within shadow. Not a clean outline. No identifiable limbs. But I saw one thing clearly. The bear's reaction hadn't been fear. It had been recognition. Predators don't run from shadows. Unless those shadows belong to something faster. Something older. Something they were born knowing to avoid. Jacob whispered, barely audible, we need to move. Now. And for the first time that day, I knew he was scared. We pushed forward on the trail, not running, but walking fast enough that our breath turned sharp. The light was fading quickly. Katmai's daylight always feels shorter near the forest edge, where shadows stack on top of each other. Every step felt like we were descending deeper into a quiet that shouldn't exist. Jacob took point with the shotgun ready. Petra stayed between him and Dr. Hale, her shoulders trembling. I remained at the rear, eyes scanning constantly, camera still raised not to take photos, but to see through the zoom. The shape followed us. Always at the edge of vision. Always just beyond the reach of sound. Something's paralleling our movement, I whispered toward Dr. Hale. I know, she murmured back. Jacob knows, too. Any theories? She hesitated. None that makes sense. Another flicker of motion cut across the tree-line. The branches didn't sway from impact. No debris fell. No sound carried across the trail. That impossible silence kept twisting my nerves. We crossed a narrow wooden footbridge over a shallow creek. The water gurgled softly, one of the only natural sounds left. The presence following us paused just long enough that I dared to hope we'd lost it. Then something heavy stepped into the creek upstream. A single splash, followed by another. Slow, deliberate. Too heavy to be a fox. Too controlled to be a bear. Jacob raised his hand. We stopped as one. The water upstream rippled again. I zoomed in with my camera, and for the first time, I caught a clearer glimpse. Not a full body. Not a face. Just the outline of a shoulder, low, rounded, moving with a smoothness unlike any quadruped I'd studied. The water parted around it as though it weighed more than its size suggested. Then it sank beneath the surface. No splash. No disturbance. Gone. I felt my stomach flip. It's in the creek. No, Jacob whispered. It's using the creek. Using it for cover. For silence. For approach. We're close to the cabin, Dr. Hale said. Just half a mile. Once we're inside. Another splash. Closer. Jacob turned, firearm aimed along the creek line. Move. Now. We hurried down the trail. Petra tripped on a root, and I caught her arm before she fell. Her breath shattered into sobs she tried to swallow down. I don't hear it, she gasped. That's the problem, Jacob said. A minute later, the cabin came into view, wooden, stout, with a reinforced door and small observation windows. A place designed to withstand bear activity, storms, and wilderness emergencies. But nothing about today felt like a normal wilderness emergency. We reached the clearing around the cabin. The moment the trees opened up, I felt the pressure lift slightly. Not gone, but less suffocating. Inside, Jacob ordered. He unlocked the cabin door and pushed Petra and Dr. Hale inside first. I followed, but something made me turn around. A faint ripple in the grass at the forest edge. No wind, just movement. I lifted my camera one last time, and something rose half a foot above the grass line. A rounded shape. Still. Watching. Then it slipped backward and vanished into shadow. Harper. Jacob barked. Inside. I stepped in, and he slammed the door, locking every bolt. For a long moment, none of us spoke. The only sound was Petra's uneven breathing and the faint hum of the cabin's emergency heater. Then a heavy thud hit the wall. Not forceful enough to break it. Just enough to test it. Petra whimpered. Dr. Hale pulled her close. Another thud, this time at the opposite wall. Then the window darkened. Something passed by it. Not pressed against it. Not peering in. Just pacing. Measuring the cabin. Jacob raised a shotgun but stayed silent, jaw clenched. We stood there for what felt like hours, listening to the slow, deliberate steps circling the cabin. Sometimes brushing the wall. Sometimes pausing beneath the window. Always silent except for the faintest shifts of weight. Eventually, the steps stopped. Minutes passed. Then an hour. Jacob signaled that he would check the window. He moved slowly, looked through the slit, then exhaled shakily. It's gone. No one relaxed. Not really. But morning eventually came. We stepped outside carefully. The ground held only partial impressions, nothing clear enough to identify. Nothing to explain. Dr. Hale gathered samples. Jacob swept the perimeter. Petra sat on the steps, hugging her knees. I walked to the creek, camera ready. No tracks. No movement. No sign of anything at all. Except at the exact spot where the bears had first stood together the previous afternoon, the grass was flattened, pressed down in a perfect parallel line, as if something long, low, and heavy had waited there, watching. And the bears had known. My name is Jace Holloway, and I work as a field survey assistant under the Sequoia National Park Wildlife Monitoring Program. My responsibilities include documenting ungulate movement, collecting vegetation samples, and staying overnight at remote campsites when needed for dawn and dusk activity readings. I've spent years around mule deer and black-tailed deer in the Sierra Nevada. I know their behavior, their body language, their warnings, and their oddities. But nothing I've experienced, not in training, not in fieldwork, prepared me for what happened on that single day in the backcountry. The assignment was simple: hike into a designated research zone near Panther Meadow, establish a temporary campsite, and record baseline movement patterns for the seasonal deer migration. The weather was mild, the sky clear, and the forest quiet in a way that felt peaceful rather than foreboding. I arrived around late afternoon, set up the tent, and prepared the audio sensors. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I'd camped deeper in the park before, sometimes with colleagues, sometimes alone. This shift was solo, but that never bothered me. The forest has its own rhythm. If you understand it, you can read it like a living map. By sunset, the temperature dipped sharply. High-elevation forests do that. Heat drops fast once the sun slips behind the ridge lines. I cooked a quick meal, logged notes into the tablet, and crawled into the tent as the last light filtered through the giant sequoias like thin orange ribbons. The forest settled almost instantly. No wind. No insects. Just faint rustling from distant deer moving between tree trunks. I fell asleep quicker than expected. What woke me wasn't a sound at first. It was a vibration. A soft, wet, repetitive vibration against the forest floor, traveling through the soil into the thin foam beneath my sleeping bag. At first I thought it was my imagination, heartbeats syncing with the earth. But then the sound followed. Chewing. Wet. Crunching. Frantic. Something was eating just outside my tent. I sat up slowly, ears straining. I've heard deer chew before. It's usually muted, rhythmic, harmless. This wasn't rhythmic. It was desperate. Fabric crinkling, straps snapping, something scraping. My backpack. I recognized the sound immediately, the tension buckles, the side mesh, the nylon. Something was pulling at it with far more force than rodents or raccoons could manage. Probably a deer, I whispered to myself. Salt on the straps. Common enough. But the chewing grew louder. Faster. Like whatever was out there was starving. Or furious. I unzipped my sleeping bag, reached for my flashlight, and moved toward the zipper of the tent door. My hands hesitated. Not from fear, at least that's what I told myself, but from caution. If it was a deer, fine. If it was something else, I needed to be ready. I unzipped the tent door just an inch. The chewing stopped instantly. Total silence. My breath froze in my chest. The forest held its breath with me. I opened the zipper another few inches and angled the flashlight outward. At first all I saw were hooves. Large ones. Too close. Then the beam caught the curve of an antler, massive, white-swept, with a smear of dark red along one tine. The deer's head lifted into view slowly, like it was rising from a trance. It was a huge mule deer buck, easily one of the largest I'd seen in the area. Its jaw hung open slightly, and bits of shredded nylon clung to its lower lip. My backpack lay beneath it, torn open like prey. I held my breath. The flashlight beam swept up to its eyes. And my stomach dropped. The eyes weren't glowing unnaturally. They weren't supernatural. They were something far more grounded and far more terrifying. They were glazed. Opaque. The milky white haze of a buck suffering from severe ocular trauma, infection, or parasite overload. The kind that makes them nearly blind and dangerously disoriented. I'd seen photos of similar cases, but never in person. Never at arm's length. It stared past me, not at me. Then its jaw moved. A slow, white grind of teeth. The chewing started again, but this time, it wasn't the backpack. It was chewing at nothing. A stress response. An animal's nervous system firing impulses it didn't want. It took a step forward. Toward the tent. I froze. Stupidly. Completely. The flashlight beam trembled in my grip, scattering light across its antlers, and that's when I saw the blood clearly. Fresh. Still tacky. Dripping slowly down one side of the rack. Not from the backpack. From another deer. Male deer fight viciously during rut. They gore each other. They rake antlers across muscle and bone. If a buck had already fought that day, blood on the antlers was expected. But the part that terrified me wasn't the blood. It was the behavior. Blind. Disoriented. Chewing frantically. Approaching sound instead of avoiding it. A buck in this condition wasn't thinking logically. And it was stepping closer to my tent. I whispered, "Easy, easy," though I wasn't sure whether I meant to calm the deer or myself. The buck's head swayed slightly, tracking the vibration of my voice rather than the light. It lowered its antlers, an unconscious motion, not an aggressive one. But the effect was the same. Those blood-smeared tines were now pointing directly at my tent opening. One thrust could collapse the entire front panel and drive through the fabric. I slowly withdrew the flashlight beam and held still, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my teeth. The buck sniffed the air, confused, uncertain. Then it leaned closer. Its breath came out in a low, guttural grunt. I'd never heard a deer make that sound. And when it took another step forward, its hoof pressed against the corner of my tent floor, sinking into the soil. I knew this wasn't a curious deer. This was a wounded, blind, panicking animal. And I was inside a thin nylon barrier with no safe exit. Before I could decide whether to retreat deeper inside the tent or burst out the opposite side, the buck let out a violent snort. And everything outside the tent changed in an instant. The snort was sharp, explosive, an alarm signal, not at me, but at something else behind it. The buck turned its head sharply, ears twitching, nostrils flaring. Blood from its antlers flicked onto my tent wall in a thin arc. Something had stepped into its awareness. And whatever it was, the buck feared it more than me. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The forest regained a faint hum, wind stirring high branches, the distant crack of bark settling. But close to the tent, the air felt electrically charged. The buck's entire body tensed. It wasn't looking at me anymore. It angled itself slightly sideways, positioning its good ear toward the dark forest beyond my camp. Its milky eyes struggled to track whatever it sensed. I followed its posture. The forest beyond the small clearing was pitch black, dense with young cedars and brush. Nothing moved. Nothing spoke. But I felt something too, a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle pressure, like the moment before a predator emerges. But predators don't hunt full-grown bucks like this unless they're desperate. Mountain lions? Possible. But mountain lions stalk quietly and strike clean. They don't cause frantic chewing, or blood-smeared antlers, or the kind of fight this deer had clearly endured. No, whatever injured this buck, it wasn't just another buck. And it might still be nearby. The deer stepped back from my tent, trembling. Its hooves scraped at the soil in short, shallow kicks, a panic display I'd only seen in footage of deer moments before bolting. But it didn't run. It couldn't decide where to flee. Blindness has a terrible logic. It traps an animal between instinct and uncertainty. It wants to run, but it cannot trust direction. Then the deer did something I didn't expect. It lowered its head, not in aggression, but protection. The posture a deer uses when preparing to shield itself from a blow. That scared me more than any snort or stomp. I whispered to myself, "What's out there?" No answer. Just the creaking of a branch somewhere in the darkness. Slow. Deliberate. Not wind. The buck recoiled as if struck by an unseen force, not physically, but psychologically. Its entire body jolted, and it spun clumsily, nearly stumbling over my shredded backpack. It let out a roar, yes, a roar, a deep guttural sound I'd only heard once before in a recording of a buck in extreme distress. Then it charged. Not toward me. Toward the tree line. Toward whatever it sensed. I crawled halfway out of the tent, flashlight in hand, sweeping the beam wildly across the clearing. The buck disappeared into the darkness between the trunks, crashing through branches with reckless force. Then the forest erupted. Not with a scream. With thrashing, violent, chaotic, explosive movement deeper in the woods. Branches snapped. Hoofs pounded. Antlers scraped bark. Something large moved rapidly, and the buck shrieked a horrible, high, strained sound I'd only ever heard once, when a deer was pinned by a fallen tree. I felt instinct screaming at me to stay put. But then the forest went silent. No thrashing. No breathing. Nothing. My heart hammered in my throat. I crawled fully out of the tent, crouched low, scanning with the flashlight. The beam caught only trunks, roots, and mist-like dust drifting between them. I listened for anything, hoofbeats, predators, even wind. But silence ruled. I stood, slowly. My legs felt weak. I stepped toward the direction the buck had run, pausing at the edge of the clearing. Every instinct told me not to go into the trees. But I couldn't leave an injured deer suffering, not if it was still alive. Through clenched teeth, I whispered, "Just check." That's all. I stepped into the forest. The shift was immediate. The clearing's faint openness vanished, replaced by dense shadows and the rich smell of wet earth. My flashlight beam stretched thin between the trunks, illuminating small details, a snapped branch, a scuff mark in the soil, a smear of blood on bark. My breath hitched. The smear traveled upward, about 4 feet off the ground. A height consistent with antlers scraping a trunk when a buck is forced sideways. I followed. Each step felt heavier, as if walking deeper into someone else's territory. 20 feet in, I found the first clear sign, a patch of disturbed leaves, flattened in a chaotic shape. Then, farther ahead, a broken antler tine, freshly snapped. I crouched to pick it up, then froze. There was movement to my right. Not fast. Not loud. Slow. Deliberate. A shift of weight. A breath dry, ragged, not quite right. I swung the flashlight toward the sound. And the deer was there. Alive. Barely. The buck stood wedged between two young cedar trees, sides heaving, its chest streaked with blood, its own blood. Its left hind leg trembled uncontrollably. Its antlers were chipped, splintered, hanging at angles from its skull. It looked at me, or rather, past me with those clouded, lifeless eyes. I whispered, "Easy, boy. Easy." It didn't react. Not to my voice. Not to the light. But something behind me did. A twig snapped. I turned the flashlight. Slowly. Dreading what I'd see. Nothing there. Just trees. But something had been standing behind me. I could feel the pressure of presence the way you feel someone hovering at your back. Then the deer lunged. Not at me. At nothing, straight ahead, trying to escape something I couldn't see or hear. It broke free of the two cedars, stumbled into the dark, and vanished deeper into the forest. I didn't follow. Couldn't. Because the air behind me shifted again. And as I slowly turned, flashlight trembling, I saw impressions in the soil. Not paw prints. Not hoof prints. Drag marks. Like something heavy had been pulled or crawled through the underbrush moments earlier. And it wasn't the deer. The forest suddenly felt too small to breathe in. I backed away slowly, refusing to turn my back fully, until at last I reached the edge of the clearing. Then another sound emerged, far away, but distinct. A long, mournful groan. From the direction the deer had run. I retreated to my tent, shaking. I didn't sleep. Not even when the groan returned. Closer this time. I spent the next hour sitting halfway inside my tent, boots on, jacket zipped, flashlight clutched in a white-knuckled grip. Every few minutes, distant noises rippled through the forest, branches cracking, leaves rustling, heavy shifting sounds that didn't match the typical rhythm of deer or predators. Something big was moving out there. And it didn't move with the confidence of a mountain lion or the heavy cadence of a bear. It moved like something injured. Or something dragging. The groan came again, closer now, rising and falling like the sound of a large animal trying to breathe through a ruined throat. I felt every instinct screaming to abandon the camp and head for higher ground, but the night was too dark, and getting lost would be worse than staying put. I forced myself to think rationally. I'd seen drag marks, snapped branches, signs of an injured deer's desperate fight. The groans could be from the buck, dying slowly in the dark. The strange movements? A badly wounded animal circling the area, disoriented and unpredictable. Strict realism. No supernatural assumptions. But the fear didn't care about realism. My unease deepened when a different sound emerged, soft, rhythmic scraping. Like something brushing against bark. Something climbing. I scanned the surrounding trunks with my flashlight. Nothing. I scanned higher. And my breath caught. A patch of bark was missing from a giant sequoia just 20 feet away, sheared off in a long vertical strip. Thick reddish wood exposed beneath. Freshly torn. No animal chews bark that high unless it reared up or climbed. And deer don't climb trees. Bears can, but the marks didn't match claws. They were uneven, jagged, more like something had been dragged upward before falling back down. Whatever happened, it had happened recently. I backed farther into my tent. Then the footsteps started. Slow. Irregular. Unsteady. moving along the tree line. The flashlight beam shook as I pointed it toward the sound. Nothing. Just a faint suggestion of movement between trunks. I whispered to myself, "You're imagining shapes. It's just a deer. It's just a deer." But then something stepped into the moonlight. Not fully, just a limb. A deer's leg. The buck. Dragged across the ground. Hoof scraping earth. Heart pounding, I aimed the beam higher. The buck stumbled into view, leaning hard to one side, ribs expanding in shallow bursts. Its head hung low, antlers cracked and glinting with drying blood. It didn't look at me. It didn't look anywhere. It was dying. And it wasn't alone. Something moved behind it, just beyond the reach of light. A shadow shifting. Large. Low. Uneven. I raised the beam, but the thing retreated behind a trunk. Only the deer remained visible, swaying. Then the buck collapsed on its knees. A sound leaked from its mouth, weak, broken, the final groan of an animal losing its last reserves. I swallowed hard. Part of fieldwork is witnessing death in its natural context. But this felt different. Not predation. Not a clean end. Torment. Something had tormented this deer. And whatever it was still here. The deer fell completely, body hitting the soil with a heavy thud. Silence followed. Complete. Until something else happened. Something I still hear when I close my eyes. The buck's body shifted. Not from breathing. From being pulled. Slowly. Deliberately. Back into the dark. I aimed the flashlight toward the movement, but I didn't see an animal shape. I didn't see claws or jaws or anything identifiable. I saw only the deer's hind legs scraping backward through leaves, inch by inch, disappearing between the trunks. Something had taken hold of the body. Something silent. Something strong. The forest swallowed the deer whole. I didn't move for several seconds, frozen in place, breath locked inside my throat. Then a low exhale drifted out from the trees. Not a growl. Not a hiss. A breath. A long, slow breath. Something alive was drawing air deliberately. Listening. Tasting the air. Searching. For me. I snapped into motion, grabbing my emergency flare and bear spray. I backed slowly toward the tent's rear exit, or I'd cut a slip earlier in case of emergency. I slipped out silently, hugging the ground as I crawled away from the camp, keeping the flashlight covered except for a thin sliver of leak-through. Behind me, in the clearing, something moved into the space where my tent stood. I heard the faint rustle of nylon being touched. Sniffed. Pressed. A heavy shift of weight. It lingered there for nearly a minute. Then, it let out a soft, questioning grunt. A sound of confusion. Because I wasn't in the tent anymore. I crawled farther, toward higher ground, not daring to stand until the trees thinned and the moonlight grew stronger. Only then did I rise and begin the long hike back toward the ranger station, 6 brutal miles in darkness, every step filled with the certainty that something was following. By sunrise, I reached the trailhead. Rangers later found my camp. The tent was shredded. My backpack was torn even further. And deep within the forest, near the path where the deer had disappeared, they found drag marks. But no deer. No carcass. Just churned earth. And marks on the trees at shoulder height. As if something large had been pushing through the forest. Moving low. Moving silently. Moving with purpose. I've camped hundreds of nights in wilderness, but I've never gone back to Panther Meadow. And I never will. My name is Brenna Cole, and I work as a wildlife observation assistant with the Grand Teton National Park Monitoring Program. My job is straightforward on paper: document predator-prey interactions, track herd behavior, and record anything unusual for later review by the park's biologists. Most days it means long hours behind binoculars, early mornings near Willow Flats, and evenings spent logging data while the mountains turn purple in the fading light. I've seen grizzlies chase elk dozens of times. It's dramatic, but predictable. Nature has patterns. Nature has order. What happened that day did not. The morning started chilly, the kind of cold that bites your fingers even through gloves. Steam rose off the marshland in slow ghostly spirals, and the Tetons towered over everything with their sharp, snow-cut silhouettes. My colleague, Noah Ramirez, and I were assigned to track a known elk herd moving through the eastern meadow system. A large grizzly had been spotted nearby the previous afternoon, and we expected a clean observation session: record distance, speed, herd spread, and any evasive maneuvers. We parked the truck a mile out and hiked the rest. The meadow smelled like frost, sagebrush, and something faintly metallic, the mountain air right before it warms. Elk calls echoed distantly. A herd of at least 15, all moving in a loose cluster. When we spotted them, they were already tense. Necks extended. Ears locked forward. Every animal staring toward a distant stand of lodgepole pines. "That's our grizzly," Noah murmured, lifting his binoculars. I saw it too, a large male emerging from the trees, fur thick and heavy, head swinging low with deliberate, powerful strides. He locked onto the herd immediately and began moving with classic predatory determination. No surprise. Elk outrun bears easily over distance, but initial escapes are chaotic, and a bear's sprint is terrifyingly fast. "All right," I said, switching on my recorder. Predator sighting, 0904 hours, distance approximately 200 yards. Elk are moving north by northeast. The herd reacted just as expected. They bolted. Elk scattered in a flowing wave, hoofs kicking up frost and dirt. The grizzly increased speed, angling to intercept. Everything about it matched previous encounters. For about 10 seconds. Then something changed. The elk slowed. First the lead cows, then the young, then the bulls at the rear. Not a natural slowing, more like hesitation. Their strides shortened. Their heads rose higher. The entire herd began to cluster, tighter and tighter, until they formed a semicircle facing not the grizzly, but us. "No, that's wrong," Noah whispered. "Why are they turning this way?" "They're confused by terrain?" I said automatically, even though I'd never seen confusion create that kind of coordinated response. Elk don't just stop mid-flight. They don't suspend their own survival instinct. Yet they did. All at once. 15 elk locked eyes, not with each other, not with the bear, but with us standing 100 yards away on the observation ridge. Their bodies stiffened. Their breath fogged in heavy, synchronized bursts. Their hoofs planted firm into the soil like they were bracing for impact. And then, the grizzly barreled through the line of elk without slowing. Not charging them. Not even acknowledging them. It ran through the herd as though they weren't there, muscles churning, claws tearing at the frost, eyes fixed on some invisible point ahead. The elk didn't flee. They didn't buck or kick or scatter in panic when a 1,000-pound bear tore through the center of their group. They merely shifted, pivoting their bodies to keep facing us. Noah's voice dropped to a whisper. "What the hell is happening?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Predator-prey interactions don't work like this. Herds don't ignore a bear in full sprint. Bears don't ignore elk within killing range. And elk certainly don't turn toward two humans on a ridge and freeze like statues. My pulse thudded in my ears. I lifted my binoculars again. The grizzly kept running, farther and farther into the meadow, never looking back. It wasn't chasing anything, its path was wrong. Too linear. Too focused. As if something had spooked it more than hunger motivated it. Elk freeze behavior? Noah said, more to himself than to me. But, coordinated? And pointed at us? The elk herd remained motionless. Then the lead cow took one step forward. Just one. A slow, deliberate step. I felt it like a pressure drop in my stomach. Elk don't do this, I whispered. They don't, Noah agreed. The wind shifted suddenly, sweeping from the south, carrying the faint smell of pine resin and something else, sharp, earthy, wrong. The elk reacted instantly. Their ears twitched. Their chests heaved. But they didn't look toward the source. They kept staring at us. I swallowed hard. We need to back up. Yeah, Noah said. Real slow. We took a single step backward. And as if responding to our movement, the entire elk herd took a synchronized step forward. My skin crawled. Not supernatural, just deeply, viscerally unsettling. Herd behavior can be strange, but this level of coordination, this direction of attention, this complete disregard for a predator, it was all wrong. Something's off, Noah said. They're reacting to something behind us. I think they're using us as a focus point. I didn't like that theory. At all. Because if the elk were using us as a reference point, then something behind them was worse than the grizzly. I scanned the meadow beyond the herd. The bear had vanished into the distant grasslands, still running full speed. Running from something. Not chasing. The elk breathed in one massive, unified exhale. Fog rose from their muzzles in a single synchronized cloud. And I realized with a cold feeling spreading across my spine. The elk weren't looking at us at all. They were looking past us. Over our shoulders. At something we hadn't turned to see yet. I didn't turn immediately. Neither did Noah. Every instinct screamed that turning too quickly might trigger something, fear in us, reaction in the herd, a chain of events we weren't prepared for. Instead, we stepped back again. Slow. Measured. The elk mirrored us. One step. Perfectly synchronized. Their ears flattened. Their bodies tensed. Not in aggression, no elk attacks humans outside rare defensive scenarios, but in a rigid, unnatural readiness. They're not reacting to us as predators, Noah murmured. We're a marker. A marker for what? I don't know yet. The wind shifted again. And this time, the smell that hit us wasn't pine resin. It was musk. Heavy. Damp. Animal. But not grizzly musk. Not elk musk. Something sharper. More pungent. Almost metallic. A predator's scent, but one I couldn't place. Noah finally said the words I didn't want to hear. We need to look behind us. Very slowly, almost reluctantly, we turned. There was nothing but the ridge slope, the trail we'd hiked up, and a sparse line of spruce trees. No movement. No branches shaking. No visible predator forcing the elk to behave the way they were. But the absence felt worse than a presence. Something unseen in the ecosystem doesn't mean supernatural. It means misidentified. Mislocated. Misunderstood. No sign of anything, I whispered. Something scared that bear, Noah said. Something made those elk freeze and lock focus. We kept scanning. Still nothing. But the wind carried the scent again, thicker now. Closer. From below us. I crouched at the ridge edge and scanned the slope. And then I saw it. Tracks. Not paw prints or hoof prints. Just deep impressions in the frost, evenly spaced, like an animal had run uphill with incredible speed. The spacing suggested a large predator. Not a cat. Not a bear. Something long striding. Something fast. And the track line cut directly across the elk's path right before they had stopped running. "Noah," I whispered. "Look." He joined me and swallowed hard. "That's not grizzly stride. Not wolf either. Moose? No. Too symmetrical. Too direct. Whatever made those tracks wasn't wandering, it was beelining. For the elk. Or for the bear. Or for both." Another chorus of elk exhalations made us turn back to the herd. They were even closer now, maybe 60 yards away, still slow, still deliberate. Their eyes weren't on us. They were angled slightly upward. Watching the ridge. Watching the slope we stood on. And what might have followed the grizzly's path to this exact point. I felt the pressure of threat, but not from any movement or sound. It was instinctive, the sense of something approaching that you can't see because it's perfectly using terrain to its advantage. "We need to move," Noah said. "If a predator is flanking the herd, we're standing at the choke point." He was right. We were above the elk, but below the upper rock ledges. If something was following the tracks toward the ridge, we were right in its path. We began edging along the ridge, keeping low, minimizing silhouettes. That's when the elk reacted. Not to us. To the slope. All their heads snapped to the same point 30 yards to our left. We followed their line of sight. And I saw dirt shift. Just a small cascade of loose soil. Nothing else. But something had dislodged it. Something heavy. Noah muttered, "It's here, whatever it is." I steadied my binoculars and scanned the slope carefully. At first, nothing stood out. Then, between two shadowed boulders, I saw a shape. Not a full shape, just the curve of a shoulder. Wide. Low. Moving with a strange combination of stealth and power. A large predator avoiding open view. Mountain lions move silently, but their bodies aren't built like that. Bears move heavily, not smoothly. Wolves don't climb slopes alone unless they're scouting. Is it a bear circling? I whispered. No, Noah said. A bear wouldn't ignore the elk like that. The shoulder dipped behind a boulder. Reappeared 5 feet higher. Too fast. Too fluid. I lowered the binoculars. We have to leave the ridge. Noah agreed. Now. We backed away slowly, keeping the slope in sight. The elk froze even harder, all their instincts locked onto that moving shadow. Then, something happened that turned my blood cold. The elk lowered their bodies, not to flee, but to brace. As if expecting impact. Not from the bear. From the slope. From the predator we still couldn't identify. "Brenna," Noah whispered. "It's trying to push the herd into open ground. We're in the way." He was right. Predators sometimes push prey into predictable escape routes. But I'd never seen an unknown predator coordinate with the terrain so effectively, using elevation, wind direction, and herd dynamics to its advantage. We moved farther from the ridge. Then a sound split the air. A sharp, guttural bellow, not elk, not bear, not any predator call I recognized. A sound like compressed air forced through a narrow throat. Deep, resonant, echoing wrong across the meadow. The elk bolted not away from the predator, but sideways, as if the sound had scrambled their instincts. The shadow on the slope moved again, and for the first time, I saw more than a shoulder. I saw length. A long, low body stretching between boulders, moving with a speed that didn't match any known species in the park. I gasped, and the shadow froze, as if it had heard me, had pinpointed us. Noah's voice was shaking now. We run. Brenna, we run now. Before we could step, the predator lunged forward out of view behind the rocks. And the elk screamed. Not from pain. From terror. Because the thing on the slope had finally revealed itself to them. And to us. The elk's scream triggered absolute chaos in the meadow. The herd broke formation, scattering in multiple directions, something elk rarely do unless completely overwhelmed. The sound itself wasn't like a normal elk distress vocalization, it was sharper, layered with frantic pitch changes. Whatever had moved on the slope wasn't acting like a normal predator. It was hunting differently. Noah grabbed my arm. Down the western trail, go! We sprinted along the ridge, moving at an angle to avoid giving chase instinct. Below us, the elk tore through the frost-covered meadow, kicking up clouds of white dust that glowed in the morning light. But the predator didn't chase them immediately. It chased the grizzly. Or rather, it followed the exact path the grizzly had fled along earlier. That bear was running, I said breathlessly as we ran. It wasn't hunting. It was escaping. And we didn't know what from, Noah replied. We reached a cluster of spruce trees and ducked behind them, gasping. The slope was partially visible from this angle, and I raised my binoculars again. At first, all I saw was shifting dust. Then the shadow reappeared. Not fully, just a silhouette weaving between rocks and brush. Long, low. Powerful. Moving in near silence despite its size. It was not a cougar. Not a bear. Not a wolf. But it was built like a predator, fast-twitch muscles visible in the way its outline shifted, shoulders moving independently from the hips, gait calculated and intentional. I whispered, this is a misidentified species. It has to be. Noah didn't answer. His face had gone pale. Something else caught my attention, something that made my stomach twist. The elk had regrouped at the far end of the meadow. All of them. Not running anymore. They had formed a single line, shoulder to shoulder, facing the slope. As if standing guard. As if challenging whatever hunted them. Elk don't do that. Not even in her defense posture. Not in a predator-prey context. This wasn't instinct. This was panic trying to disguise itself as unity. What are they doing? Noah breathed. I didn't know. I don't think they knew. Then the predator broke cover. Only for a second. Only long enough for me to catch its movement clearly. And what I saw was something I still struggle to describe within natural limits. A long body, much longer than any wolf or cat, with a low center of gravity and a rolling, serpentine stride. Not snake-like. More like an otter's gallop, but scaled to several 100 pounds. Muscular. Controlled. Built for ambush in heavy terrain. Then it vanished behind a rise. The elk reacted instantly. They turned not to run, but to funnel toward the tree line in a single mass movement. I heard redirecting itself not from one threat, but from multiple potential angles. Noah's voice shook. We need to radio this in. He grabbed for his pack, then froze. Prena, he whispered. It's behind us. I spun. Not 10 yards away, a section of tall grass bent outward. Slowly. Deliberately. Something heavy moved beneath it, just out of sight. We held our breath. The grass parted slightly, revealing the smallest possible glimpse, a dark curve of fur, thick and coarse. Not ungulate fur. Not bear fur. Something denser. Designed for cold and stealth. The creature moved sideways, not toward us, but circling. Trying to flank. Trying to position. This was coordinated hunting behavior. Predators use triangulation for ambush. But this predator was triangulating us and the elk simultaneously. We need height, I whispered. Now! We scrambled up the ridge slope, grabbing roots and rocks for leverage. Behind us, the grass rustled again, faster this time. The predator was closing in. I heard a guttural exhalation, a deep, chest-driven sound that reminded me of a pressured sigh, not aggressive, not warning. A sound of effort. A sound of something pacing its energy. We reached a boulder shelf and hauled ourselves up. The moment I turned, I saw movement below, fast, low, just a blur between grass and soil. And then, the elk charged. Not away. Toward the predator. I've never seen elk charge a predator. But they did, 15 strong, hoofs drumming against the frost as they formed a wedge aimed directly at the thing stalking us. A defense formation. A desperate one. Something large collided with the first elk, sending it tumbling sideways in a spray of frost and soil. The rest of the herd bucked, reared, kicked, trying to repel it. And still, we couldn't see the predator's full body. It remained just beneath visibility, using terrain, using shadows, using panic. Predators don't stay hidden once the attack begins. This one did. Noah, I whispered, it doesn't want them. It wants movement. He looked at me. Movement like us. We didn't wait. We didn't think. We ran. Up the ridge. Toward the higher trail. Towards safety. Behind us, the elk shrieked and scattered. Something thrashed through the grass with terrifying force. But it didn't follow us. Not up the ridge. Not toward the trees. It followed the elk again, hurting them, pushing them, directing them away from us. When we reached the viewpoint tower, Noah collapsed onto the platform, panting. I raised my binoculars one last time. The meadow was nearly empty. Only a single cow elk remained, limping, sides heaving. Then, a shadow passed behind her, and she vanished into the brush. Dragged? No. Driven. Like the predator was collecting them. Noah whispered, "This stays between us and the ranger office." Right? I nodded. Because even though everything we saw was grounded in real animal behavior, none of it fit any known species in the Tetons. And until we knew what it was, we couldn't risk anyone camping in that part of the park. Not tonight. Not ever. My name is Weston Hale, and the account I'm about to share is a precise recollection of the events that occurred during one continuous 24-hour period inside Badlands National Park. I have rewritten these details several times, not to dramatize them, not to sensationalize them, but to ensure absolute clarity. What happened that night did not violate the laws of nature, not directly, yet it challenged my understanding of how quiet the prairie can become when every living thing seems to hold its breath at once. I arrived at the park just after sunrise. The Badlands looked like they always do from a distance, layered ridges carved by wind, colors shifting from pale clay to rust red, the sky so wide it felt hollow. I was here with a colleague of mine, Marcus Holler, someone I'd hiked with on and off for years. Our plan was simple, just a quick overnight trip to map a small section of eroded formations for a wildlife behavior project. Nothing complicated. Nothing dangerous. The weather was fair, the trail dry, and the air filled with that dusty, sun-baked smell that always hangs over the prairies. By late morning, we'd reached our target zone and spent several hours surveying small clusters of burrows. Prairie dogs were everywhere, chirping in that sharp, quick pattern they used to warn each other. They're harmless, everyone knows that. Curious, bold, territorial in their own tiny way, sure. But harmless. They've run close, pause, pop up on their hind legs, then dart back into their holes. Nothing unusual. I even joked with Marcus that they were acting like tiny park rangers judging our field notes. We set up camp around dusk on a flat stretch of short grass, about 30 yards from a dense cluster of mounds. The light was fading fast, stretching shadows across the ground. The open prairie gets cold quicker than people expect, and even though the sky was clear, the temperature dropped enough to make the air feel brittle. We ate a quick meal, logged the day's notes, and double-checked our gear. It should have been an uneventful night, quiet, predictable. But something shifted after sunset. It started with the silence. Prairie dogs are noisy animals, especially around dusk. But their call stopped so abruptly that I noticed it before I understood something was wrong. 1 second they were chirping, the next, it was as if every sound had been vacuumed out of the air. Even the light breeze seemed to hesitate. I stepped away from the tent, trying to listen past the quiet. "You hear that?" I asked. Marcus nodded slowly, brows drawn together. "Yeah." Never heard them go silent all at once. I swept my flashlight over the mounds. The beam caught movement, small shapes rising from the burrows. Dozens of prairie dogs stood upright, each one perfectly still, facing us. Not moving. Not chirping. Just watching. I tried to laugh it off, but the sound got caught in my throat. "Okay, that's weird. They're probably just startled," Marcus said. But his voice wasn't convincing, even to himself. I walked a few steps closer, keeping the light steady. Their eyes reflected back, tiny points of glass. The longer I watched them, the stranger it felt. They weren't shifting their weight, weren't tilting their heads to gauge depth or danger. They stood like figurines set in place by a careful hand. A chill worked its way through my shoulders. Animals don't coordinate silence like that. They don't freeze so completely without a trigger, especially not dozens at the same time. I scanned the dark edges of the prairie, searching for movement, a predator, anything that explained the tension. Nothing. The land looked empty for miles. We retreated into the tent eventually, unsure what else to do. But neither of us slept. Every few minutes, I checked the zipper, the walls, the shadows outside. The quiet pressed against the nylon like a weight. Around midnight, the temperature dropped further. My breath left faint clouds inside the tent. I finally forced myself to unzip the flap. I didn't want it, God knows I didn't, but something in me needed to confirm they had moved on. They hadn't. They were closer. Maybe 10 feet from the tent now, standing in a perfect ring around us. Still silent. Still upright. Still watching. I whispered, "Marcus, wake up." He pushed himself upright, looked out, and froze. They moved. "Jesus, how long were you asleep?" "I wasn't asleep," I said quietly. No wind. No rustling grass. No shifting paws or sounds of digging. Just the prairie dogs, motionless in every direction, like a strange audience waiting for something to happen. Waiting for us, maybe. We argued in low whispers about whether to make noise, shine brighter lights, throw something, move the tent, call for help. But nothing felt appropriate. Nothing made sense. Their behavior didn't fit fear, aggression, illness, or any pattern I'd ever learned. We stayed inside until I realized something important, something I hadn't noticed through the thin fabric of the tent. They were breathing in sync. Not perfectly, but close enough that the rise and fall of their tiny bodies formed a strange rhythm. A slow, deliberate wave. We stepped outside again around 2 a.m., desperate for any explanation, any sign that this was just a bizarre coincidence. My flashlight swept the ring of animals. And at that exact second, all of them ducked underground at once. Dozens of tiny silhouettes vanished in perfect coordination, disappearing into their burrows so quickly the night swallowed them. Except one. One prairie dog remained above ground, standing perfectly still, facing me directly. And it did not blink. Not once. The others could have been reacting to a threat we hadn't perceived. But that one wasn't behaving like any prairie dog I had ever studied. It wasn't breathing in rhythm, wasn't startled, wasn't moving at all. It simply watched. And the longer I stood there, the more it felt like it wasn't watching our tent. It was watching me. The single prairie dog stood no more than 8 feet from me, a small shape against the pale dust of the Badlands. My flashlight beam remained steady on it, though my hand wasn't. Its eyes reflected the light, steady pinpoints that tracked my slightest movement. It wasn't curious. It wasn't scared. And somehow, instinctively, I knew it wasn't frozen in place out of fear. Something else held it there. I called quietly for Marcus. It's still there. He stepped beside me, rubbing the cold out of his arms. When he saw it, he exhaled sharply. Why just one? I don't know, I murmured. We stood in silence for almost a minute. Nothing around us moved. No insects. No breeze. The air felt pinned down by an invisible pressure. My breath puffed white, drifting upward in slow streams. The prairie dog didn't react, didn't even twitch. Maybe it's sick. Marcus offered weakly. Sick animals don't do this. He didn't argue. I took a cautious step forward, not reckless, just deliberate. I needed to see how it would respond. The prairie dogs had followed me with unsettling smoothness, turning slightly but without the quick, jittery motions typical of its species. Its posture didn't change. It remained standing upright, paws tucked close to its chest. I crouched slowly, lowering myself to eye level. My flashlight shone across the ground between us. No movement. No digging sounds. Just two shapes in the empty night, the animal and me. I whispered, "What do you want?" It didn't blink. It didn't breathe. Not visibly. A wave of unease rolled through me, strong enough to make me stand back up. "Let's get inside," I said to Marcus, though I wasn't convinced the tent offered any safety at all. We retreated and zipped the door. Inside, every sound felt amplified, the rustle of fabric, the shift of sleeping bags, our breathing. I switched off my headlamp, hoping darkness might calm the knot in my chest. But after several minutes, something new emerged, a faint scratching sound outside. Not frantic paws digging, something lighter, slower, deliberate. We stared at each other. Then the scratching stopped. I reached for the zipper, hesitate, then slowly pulled it down an inch. Cold air slid inside. I pressed my eye to the narrow gap and looked out. The prairie dog had moved closer. 2 feet closer. Still upright. still staring directly at the tent flap. I flinched and zipped it shut. It's right there. Why is it moving toward us? Marcus whispered. I don't know. We tried to rationalize it: territorial behavior, unusual boldness, even the possibility that someone else was influencing or disturbing the colony. But none of those explanations matched what we were seeing. Prairie dogs don't coordinate mass silence. They don't form perfect rings around a campsite. They don't breathe in rhythmic unison. And they don't stalk humans individually through the night. Minutes stretched into an hour. I checked again. It was closer. Maybe 4 feet from the tent. The beam of my flashlight caught its eyes again, steady, unblinking reflections like chips of polished stone. I whispered under my breath, "Stop staring at me." But it didn't. Around 3 a.m., Marcus suggested packing up and hiking out. I understood the impulse. Every instinct told me to leave. But hiking the Badlands at night is not just unsafe, it's downright reckless. The terrain is jagged, the ground uneven, and the temperature drops can overwhelm even experienced hikers. We'd risk breaking ankles or wandering into unstable formations. Predators roam more freely then, too. We move now, we make it worse, I said. We wait. Another hour passed. The prairie dog didn't move again. I checked 3 times. Same spot. Same posture. Same eyes. But something else changed. The silence broke. It wasn't chirping. It wasn't movement. It was a low, distant rumble that vibrated faintly through the ground. Not thunder, too dry, too cold for storms. It felt deeper, as if shifting earth or a distant landslide or something buried far beneath us was stirring. Marcus whispered, "Do you feel that?" I nodded. Yeah. A vibration rose through the soil, subtle but clear. I felt it travel up my boots, into my legs. The prairie dog reacted, just barely. Its head twitched, a tiny shift toward the horizon. Not toward the tent. Something out there had its attention. And for the first moment all night, I saw a flicker of normal behavior in it, a hint of instinct, awareness, fear. What is that? Marcus asked. I don't know, I said truthfully. But it's big. The rumble faded after a few seconds, leaving the night hollow again. But the prairie dog remained focused on the dark ridge in the distance, shoulders tense beneath its fur. Then, slowly, painfully slowly, it turned its head back toward me. Like it was checking whether I'd noticed. And whether I understood. The message wasn't supernatural. It wasn't telepathic. It was simpler and far more unsettling. Something else is here. I swallowed hard. The cold air bit at my throat. Marcus, I said quietly, we're not dealing with prairie dogs. He didn't respond, and for a heartbeat I thought he hadn't heard me. But then he whispered, no, we're caught in something they're reacting to. I checked outside again. The prairie dog was even closer. Its tiny paws rested on the very edge of the tent's footprint. And it waited. By the time the sky began to lighten, I hadn't slept a second. The cold seeped into everything, my boots, my bones, my thoughts. The prairie dog never left its spot at the edge of the tent. It stood there through the entire night, motionless even as the faint purple of dawn slowly crept over the Badlands. Marcus whispered, is it watching for something? Or watching us? Both, I said without thinking. I didn't know why the answer came so quickly, but it felt true in a way I couldn't shake. That animal wasn't acting independently. It was responding to something bigger, something the entire colony sensed before we ever realized anything was wrong. And then dawn broke fully. The first direct beam of sunlight hit the prairie. The prairie dog blinked. For the first time. Its body loosened slightly, as if a held breath had been released. It lowered itself onto all fours, its movements slow but returning to something resembling natural behavior. I could finally see the texture of its fur, the pale dust clinging to its paws, the faint tremble of muscles waking after long stillness. It wasn't supernatural. It wasn't possessed. But it had been on guard all night, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was guarding against still existed just beyond what we could sense. I waited for it to scurry away, to return to its burrow now that daylight had softened whatever tension held it in place. But it didn't leave. Instead, it took several slow steps backward, then turned not toward the burrows, but toward the open stretch of eroded formations behind camp. "Follow it?" Marcus asked. "No," I said instantly. But the prairie dog stopped after several yards and looked back at us. Not in a human way, not in a mystical way, just an animal checking if the presence it had monitored all night was about to make a mistake. Marcus adjusted his pack. "Weston, it wants us to see something." "Animals don't want things like that," I countered. He stared at me with tired, irritated eyes. "Last night wasn't normal. Stop pretending any part of this has been normal." He wasn't wrong. We packed quickly. Neither of us wanted to spend another minute in that campsite. The prairie dog waited about 15 yards away, standing near a narrow mud ridge. Not guarding now, guiding. Or maybe just reacting to whatever had been stirring beneath us through the night. We followed from a distance, moving carefully through the early morning cold. The rising sun revealed the sharp contours of the land, shadows collapsing into long streaks of blue across the ridges. Everything felt brittle, tense, expectant. After maybe 10 minutes of walking, the prairie dog stopped near a sagging section of ground. At first glance, it looked like a natural depression, just another eroded crevice common to the Badlands. But something about the soil was wrong. Too smooth. Too recently disturbed. Then I saw the crack. Thin at first, then widening into a jagged seam that ran several feet across the ground. The prairie dog stood beside it, body lowered, eyes fixed on the gap. Marcus crouched to inspect it. This formed overnight. I shook my head. Erosion doesn't work that fast. "No," he said quietly. "But seismic vibrations do." The rumble from the night returned to my mind, deep, low, resonant. Something had shifted underground. Enough to create a fracture in the fragile Badlands terrain. I knelt beside Marcus. The crack exhaled a faint draft of warm air. Too warm. Like something beneath the surface still held residual heat. Marcus whispered, "Weston, what if the colony wasn't reacting to us at all?" I looked around the prairie. The other burrows were quiet, but not in the unnatural way they'd been overnight. Prairie dogs scurried now, emerging with cautious chirps. Their behavior was normal again, no longer synchronized or frozen. But the one that remained with us didn't join them. It stayed by the crack. Guarding. Waiting. Something beneath the ground gave a faint shift, a whisper of soil settling, a nearly imperceptible movement. But enough to make the prairie dog bristle. Marcus stepped back quickly. "No. Nope. We're done. We're reporting this." I agreed. Whatever was moving under there wasn't our job to investigate. Geologists, park officials, seismic teams, those were the people who could help. We were two hikers who happened to be in the wrong place during the wrong night. We turned to leave, but I glanced back one last time. The prairie dog watched us go. For a split second, barely a heartbeat, its posture returned to that rigid form from the night. Upright. Perfectly still. Warning. It didn't want us near the crack. It didn't want anything near the crack. And I realized something then, something simple, something grounded, something that explained everything without needing supernatural elements. Animals sense danger long before we do. They have reacted to something buried beneath the formations. Something shifting, unstable, possibly ready to collapse or release gas or trigger a localized sinkhole. The silence. The synchronized retreat. The guarding. It all made sense. But the way that lone prairie dog watched me, that part didn't sit right. Because animals fear danger. This one was warning me specifically. We returned to the trailhead by noon, exhausted and shaken. Rangers met us halfway after Marcus radioed for assistance. We explained everything we could. They listened, took notes, and promised to send a geological team to the site. But later that evening, we received a message. The crack wasn't there anymore. Official statement, natural erosion filled it back in. Unofficial conclusion? Something moved again. And somewhere in that wide, empty spread of Badlands prairie, a single prairie dog is probably still standing guard above it. Watching. Waiting. And if it ever looks directly at you, don't stay the night. My name is Isla Reddick, and the account I am about to give is an exact, unembellished record of the events that took place during one continuous day and night in Lassen Volcanic National Park. I am a seasoned hiker with 15 years of backcountry experience, and I have always believed that every unsettling thing in the wilderness has an explanation, sometimes complicated, sometimes uncomfortable, but always grounded in reality. What I witnessed that night did not violate natural law, yet it challenged my understanding of how an animal could move, behave, or even think under specific stresses of the environment. It started innocently enough. My partner, Liam, and I arrived at the park around noon. The air smelled faintly of sulfur, a reminder that Lassen is very much alive under the surface. Steam vents hissed in the distance, and the ground radiated heat in strange patches. It's a landscape that hums with geological tension, a place where the earth feels thinner than it should. I've camped there before. I know the rules. Respect the terrain, don't approach active vents, and store food properly. Straightforward. We hiked several miles along a ridge overlooking a field of boulders shaped by old eruptions. The weather was cool but stable, the type of crisp Northern California air that carries sound a little too clearly. We planned to spend one night, gather some ecological notes for a personal project, and head back in the morning. Nothing unusual. By late afternoon we found a flat clearing for camp, compact soil, sheltered by tall pines, far enough from geothermal areas to avoid unstable ground. We pitched the tent, made 2 cups of instant soup, and spent the evening listening to the wind slide through the branches. Birds called, insects hummed, and everything felt normal. Until sunset. That's when the forest went quiet, not abruptly, not unnaturally, but in a slow, collapsing way. As if sound retreated step by step, leaving a buffer of stillness around us. I noticed it first. Liam didn't sense it until he realized he could hear his own breathing louder than the wind. Around 9 p.m., the temperature dropped. The cold was sharp, the kind that bites despite layers. We crawled into the tent to warm up. I remember checking my watch, 9:26 p.m., because I always record times out of habit. Nothing unusual happened then. No noise. No movement. Just that strange stillness. I must have slept lightly, or maybe not at all. But a few hours later, close to midnight, I woke to the soft rasp of fabric brushing against itself. Not a gust. Not a branch. Something sliding over the tent wall. Did you hear that? I whispered. Liam, already awake, whispered back, "Yeah." We froze. The sound came again, slow, scraping, almost experimental. Like something testing the texture of the tent. My pulse kicked up. I waited to hear the snorting breath of a bear. But there was nothing. No huffing. No sniffing. Just that slow glide along the fabric. I reached for my flashlight. The moment I pressed it against the tent wall, the scraping stopped. We waited 30 seconds. 60. Then we heard footsteps. But not heavy ones. Not bare steps. They were soft, dragging, as if claws skimmed the surface of the dirt. One step, then a pause. Another step, then a slower one. The pattern circled us, tightening and loosening, never consistent enough to match a familiar animal gait. "Maybe it's a cougar," Liam whispered. "Cougars don't walk like that," I whispered back. He didn't respond because he knew I was right. The steps continued for several minutes, then faded. Silence returned. We didn't sleep. At dawn, pale blue light filtered through the tent walls. We waited another 10 minutes before unzipping the door. The morning air smelled of cold rocks and sulfur. We stepped out. That was when we saw the claw marks. Large ones. Huge. At first glance, they looked bear-sized, deep rakes in the soil, maybe 8 to 10 inches long. But each set had 6 grooves, not 5. 6, perfectly spaced, cutting into the dirt with unnatural consistency. The marks weren't random. They spiraled around the tent in a perfect, tightening pattern, looping closer and closer to where we had slept. The impression in the soil wasn't heavy like a bear's stomp. It was smoother, like something crawled low, hugging the ground as it circled us repeatedly. But the worst part was on the tent itself. Along the outer wall were faint parallel scratches, 6 at a time, some horizontal, some angled upward, as if the creature had crawled across the fabric in a circular path. "Isla," Liam said quietly, that's not possible." "It's explainable," I insisted, because I needed it to be. Maybe overlapping marks. Maybe a misprint. Maybe. But my voice trailed off. The spiral pattern was too precise. Too deliberate. Too aware of our exact position inside the tent. We crouched beside the first set of claw marks, analyzing width, depth, spacing, anything that made sense. Soil displaced outward, not downward. No paw pad impressions. No tracks leading toward or away from the circles. Just these claw lines forming a path around us like a tightening coil. My chest tightened. Something moved around us for a long time. "Why a spiral?" he asked softly. I didn't know. But the shape felt intentional. Not predatory, not playful, not territorial, more like something was mapping the tent. Recording its outline. Learning it. We stood in the center of camp, the cold morning light stretching shadows across the marks. Liam whispered, "Isla, what were we listening to last night?" I didn't answer. Because I didn't know. And because the silence of the forest wasn't lifting. The stillness that surrounded us after sunrise did not feel like the usual morning calm of a forest waking up. It felt withheld, like the trees were holding back their sounds deliberately. I scanned the tree line for movement, for a bear, a mountain lion, anything that matched the size of the claw marks spiraling around our tent. But the clearing was empty. No disturbed brush, no snapped branches. Whatever circled us had left no trail except the spiral. Liam walked the perimeter twice, examining the marks with that analytical stare he uses when he's trying to hide fear. "There should be footprints," he said. "Something this big doesn't float." "It crawled," I reminded him. "Look at the soil spread." It dragged its weight. But the spacing, he crouched. 6 claws. Not 5. Not 4. 6. I didn't like the way he said it, slowly, as if the number meant something. We started packing immediately. Neither of us said the words "we need to leave," but the urgency shaped every movement. My fingers shook as I rolled the sleeping bags. The tent felt contaminated somehow, like touching it too long would make the scratches deeper. We planned a straightforward route back to the trailhead. The hike should have been calm, predictable. But the forest was still too quiet. No birds. No insects. The air felt heavier the further we walked, dense and strangely warm in pockets. By mid-morning, we reached an area where geothermal steam vents bordered the trail. I've been around these before. They whistle, hiss, and pulse depending on underground pressure. But today they were barely audible, whispering instead of roaring. Liam stopped beside one vent. "Do you feel that?" I did. A vibration, faint but steady, like the ground had a heartbeat. It wasn't seismic in the normal sense, no shifting plates, no rolling tremor. Just a pulse. Rhythmic. Controlled. "Is this normal?" he asked. "No," I said quietly. He looked at me sharply. "Then we need to hurry." We kept moving, our pace increasing with every step. I couldn't shake the image of the claw marks spiraling around our tent. Spirals aren't random. They're patterns. They require awareness, proximity, repetition. That meant the creature had stayed close for a long time. Listening to us. Studying us. The forest finally broke into a wide volcanic meadow, smoothish underfoot, dotted with boulders shaped like frozen waves. The wind returned here, sliding across the open land. For a moment, it felt almost normal. Until I heard it. A faint scraping sound behind us. I spun, heart in my throat. Nothing. No movement. No animal. Just the residual echo of claws on ash. "Did you hear that?" I asked. Liam nodded. "It's been following us since the vents." He said it so quietly I almost missed it. We kept going, trying not to look over our shoulders too often. The meadow stretched ahead, and the trail curved toward a section of younger pines. As we walked, I noticed odd marks on some of the trunks, thin scratches that trailed upward at an angle, like something had pulled itself up the bark. The spacing, 6. Always 6. Always precise. "What the hell can climb like that?" Liam murmured. "Bears climb," I said. "With 5 claws," he replied. We didn't stop again. Around noon, clouds gathered over the ridges. The air cooled sharply, and the sky darkened in a way that made the landscape feel abandoned. We were halfway through the pine stretch when we saw the next sign. A boulder stood near the trail, flat-sided, smooth. On its surface, carved into the ash-smooth stone, were shallow grooves. 6. Longer than the marks around our tent. Deeper. Fresher. Whatever made them had passed through very recently. Liam touched the grooves and flinched. "It's warm." "It can't be," I said. "It is." I touched it. He was right. The stone felt warm, not like sun exposure warm, but internally warm, as though something heated it from the inside. I stepped back quickly. My heartbeat was too loud in my ears. Liam looked at me as if expecting me to deny what we'd just found. But I couldn't. Every piece of evidence stacked into a shape I didn't want to recognize. 6 claws. Dragging movement. Climbing patterns. Heat. Spirals. Something in Lassen's volcanic environment lived close to the geothermal vents, close enough to radiate warmth even after it moved. Something adapted to heat, to low light, to unstable ground. Something we shouldn't have camped near. We were almost through the pine grove when the sounds returned, soft scraping, closer this time. A branch shifted. Not snapped. Shifted. Like something brushed past it deliberately. Liam grabbed my arm. It's circling us. No, I whispered. It's hurting us. He froze. Why would something that size hurt people? I didn't know. The trail narrowed as we approached a ravine carved by runoff. The trees leaned inward, closing the view of the sky. The scraping followed us, sometimes left, sometimes right, always just far enough that we couldn't see the source. Liam whispered, "It's not trying to attack." "Then what is it doing?" I asked. He didn't get to answer. Because the next sound froze us entirely. A single claw, one of 6, dragged down the trunk of a tree just a few feet away in a slow, deliberate motion. The sound traveled all the way through my ribs. We didn't move. We didn't breathe. Then, slowly, the claw retreated. Not upward. Not downward. Back into the shadow behind the tree. We ran. We sprinted through the narrowing ravine trail, ash kicking up behind us, branches whipping our shoulders as we pushed through. Neither of us spoke. The only sound was our breath and the faint, intermittent scraping of something moving alongside us, never directly behind, never ahead, always parallel. Like it was guiding the direction of our escape. The trail sloped downward into a shallow basin lined with volcanic rock. The ground here was more brittle, fractured in long, jagged seams. Heat rose through some of them, carrying the metallic smell of minerals. I slowed just a little, scanning the terrain. "This isn't safe ground," I said between breaths. "We don't have a choice," Liam replied. "We just need to cross." Trail reconnects on the other side. But the basin felt wrong immediately. Not dangerous because of the creature following us. Dangerous because the earth itself felt thin, like a crust stretched over something deeper, unstable beneath the weight of anything large. I didn't want to imagine a creature heavy enough to leave claw grooves in stone walking across it. We moved fast, stepping lightly, avoiding the wider cracks. Heat shimmered in faint waves along the ground. Steam puffed from a vent ahead, a slow, steady exhale. That's when we saw them. More claw marks. 6 grooves. Not spiraling this time. These were linear, running up and over the rocks, sometimes vanishing into narrow fissures, sometimes reappearing in arcs that suggested crawling rather than walking. The pattern was undeniable. Whatever followed us during the night had moved through here often, recently, repeatedly, predictably. I felt a chill even though the air around the fence was warm. Liam pointed to a set of grooves that cut sharply across the basin. "It travels under the crust sometimes. Look at the breaks. It pushes up from below." "Don't say that," I whispered. "Why not?" "Because you make it sound intelligent." He didn't answer, and that silence scared me more than the claw marks. We were halfway across the basin when the scraping sound returned, louder now, reverberating through the rock. Not from behind us. From below. A deep, dragging vibration shuddered through the ground. The crust trembled beneath my boots. Steam vented harder, hissing. The fissures around us widened by an inch. "Move!" Liam shouted. We ran again, but the vibrations followed, keeping pace. Not chaotic. Rhythmic. Deliberate. I heard a low, guttural resonance rise from somewhere beneath the crust, a sound that didn't belong to an animal calling or growling but something shifting through confined space. We reached the far edge of the basin, scrambled onto firmer ground, and collapsed into a patch of cool dirt under the pines. I glanced back. The ground behind us bulged just slightly, just for a second, as if something large moved under the crust and then sank back into deeper layers. Liam was breathing hard. What lives under volcanic ground like that? Nothing, I said. But my voice wasn't steady. Animals adapt. They evolve. They survive in impossible niches. It wasn't supernatural, it was ecological. A creature shaped by geothermal heat, darkness, and unstable terrain. Something that used 6 claws for balance on shifting surfaces, something that didn't need to see in daylight, something that moved in patterns dictated by the land itself. But why had it circled our tent? Why had it spiraled closer and closer to us all night? Why had it followed us since dawn? We kept hiking, faster now, desperate to reach the main trail. The forest thickened again, the ground steadier under our boots. The wind returned, brushing the tops of the pines. But the forest still felt wrong, not quiet in fear, not quiet in calm, but quiet in anticipation. About an hour later, we reached a small overlook. The trail widened, and we could finally see the valley that led back to the parking lot. Relief washed through me so intensely that I felt dizzy. Liam dropped his pack with a heavy exhale. "We're almost out," he said. That was when the last sign appeared. A single tree near the overlook had claw marks spiraling up its trunk. 6 grooves, rising higher and higher until they disappeared beyond the branches. Liam stared at it. "Isla, how did it get that high? Nothing that crawls on the ground can climb like." He stopped. Because the ground beneath the tree shifted. A small bulge lifted the soil, a slow, swelling movement as if something beneath the roots pushed upward just slightly, testing the surface. I grabbed Liam's arm. "We're leaving. Now." We took the last stretch of trail almost at a run. The bulge never surfaced. The forest never broke its silence. But the feeling of being watched pulsed at our backs all the way to the parking lot. When we reached the car, I turned for one final look. The forest stood still. No movement. No sound. But a long, thin line of disturbed soil, 6 parallel grooves ran across the trail we had just taken, stopping perfectly at the tree line. Like a boundary. A warning. Or a reminder. Nothing supernatural happened that day. Nothing impossible. Every mark, every sound, every movement had a realistic explanation rooted in biology and geology. Something lives in geothermal zones. Something adapted to crawl, climb, and navigate unstable crust. Something that reacts to vibrations, tense, heat, and human presence. Something that didn't want us staying the night. We drove away without speaking. Only once we were miles from the park did Liam finally whisper, "Isla, what if it wasn't trying to attack us?" I swallowed, gripping the wheel. Then what was it doing? He looked at me, pale and shaken, checking if the crust was thin enough to break under us. I didn't answer. Because that spiral around the tent, that deliberate tightening circle, that wasn't stalking. That was testing ground stability. Measuring it. Learning it. And if the ground had been a little thinner, or we had camped a few yards farther left, we would have fallen straight through. My name is Nolan Spire, and what I am about to describe is a precise, unembellished account of the events that occurred during a single continuous 24-hour period in Canyonlands National Park. I've spent over a decade backpacking in the Utah desert, and I pride myself on keeping a level head. I know the sounds of this landscape when tunneling through canyons, the gritty slide of loose rock, the yips and howls of coyotes echoing across the mesas. Nothing about canyonlands has ever truly frightened me before. Not until that night. I arrived early in the morning, long before the heat set in. The trailhead sat empty except for a single dusty truck belonging to another hiker. The desert was cool then, the air tinted blue before sunrise. I began my hike down a narrow wash, heading toward a cluster of sandstone fins where I planned to camp for the night. The sky was cloudless, and the world felt wide open. Coyotes are everywhere in this region. I've seen them weaving between sagebrush and sitting on distant ridges like they own the land. They're bold, clever, and vocal. Their yips and calls bounce off canyon walls in ways that distort the sound, making them seem closer or farther away than they are. It's normal, expected. A soundtrack of the desert. The hike went smoothly. I reached my planned campsite near mid-afternoon, a flat area tucked between two tall sandstone slabs. There was a light breeze, the smell of dust and juniper, and the shifting red light of late-day sun reflecting off the rock. I made camp, cooked a simple meal, then climbed a nearby boulder to watch the horizon blush orange and purple as sunset approached. That was the last moment I felt truly calm. The coyotes started up once the sun dipped below the cliffs. At first, they sounded normal enough, those high yips and short howls coyotes use when communicating across long distances. But gradually the tone changed. The sounds lengthened, deepened, morphed into something that didn't match any coyote call I'd ever heard. It wasn't yipping anymore. It was laughter. Not playful laughter, not the yipping coyote laugh people sometimes mention. This was low. Drawn out. Human-like. A wet, breathy giggle echoing across sandstone walls. My first instinct was to rationalize it. The acoustics in canyonlands can distort anything. A short bark can ricochet through a slot wall and come back sounding nothing like what it was. Still, the cadence unsettled me. The laughing came in bursts, then trickled into softer, raspier exhalations. Not one animal. Multiple. Maybe 3. Maybe more. I told myself it was still just coyotes, but the desert had gone unnervingly still outside of their calls. No wind now. Even the night insects had gone quiet. I read somewhere that coyotes mimic sounds when they're curious or alarmed. They're intelligent enough to experiment. That's what I kept telling myself. I tried to sleep, but the laughter kept threading through the dark. Not constant, worse. Unpredictable. Sometimes close. Sometimes far away. Sometimes low to the ground, other times echoing from high ridges. Around 11 p.m., I heard footsteps on gravel. Light ones. I froze. My tent wall glowed faintly from starlight. Something moved behind it, a small shadow pacing near the boundary of camp. My heartbeat thudded in my throat. No breathing. No snorting. Just the soft pat of paws on dirt. Then another noise. A slow creaking sound, like an animal stretching its jaw too wide. I'd heard coyotes crack their jaws before. It's normal behavior, especially when they're stressed or trying to intimidate. But this sound was deeper, wetter, as if the hinge of the jaw strained past its natural limit. The footsteps stopped. Silence. I reached for my flashlight, lifted the edge of the tent flap, and angled the beam outward. A coyote stood on the ridge 20 yards away. Its silhouette was unmistakable, pointed ears, slender frame, tail low in the still air. It stared directly at me, posture stiff and alert. At first, nothing seemed wrong. But then its mouth opened. Slowly. Too slowly. The jaw extended downward, not snapping open like a typical canine yawn. It released a long, rasping exhale that scraped across the canyon walls. A laugh. A real, human-like laugh. But the jaw hung lower than any natural canine jaw should. Not broken. Not dislocated. Just stretched. The beam caught its eyes. They reflected pale gold but remained unnervingly steady. I ducked back inside the tent and zipped it shut, forcing myself to breathe steadily. It wasn't supernatural. It wasn't paranormal. It had to be something explainable, some deformity, some injury, some trick of lighting or perspective. Coyotes sometimes suffer dislocations or jaw injuries that make their movements appear strange. Injured animals vocalize differently too. That was it. It had to be. But the laughter continued. Not just from the ridge. Now it echoed from multiple directions again, short, sharp bursts bouncing off the canyon walls. Some high-pitched, some low. Some trembling with breath. All wrong. All deliberate. I checked the time, 11:42 p.m. This wouldn't end soon. The desert around me vibrated with unnatural silence between each burst of laughter, as if even the wind refused to participate. I curled inside my sleeping bag, gripping the flashlight like a lifeline. Coyotes don't laugh like people. But Canyonlands was full of echoes, tricks of sound, and injured wildlife. That's what I repeated. Over and over. Until something new happened. A single coyote, close, very close, dragged its claws across the sandstone just outside the tent. 3 slow scrapes. Then another laugh. Low. Breathless. Right outside the fabric wall. The scraping against the sandstone came again, 3 drags, each one deliberate, each one slow enough that I could hear the tiny grains of silica shifting under the pressure. The sound vibrated through the dirt, through the tent stakes, into my bones. I held my breath as long as I could, terrified that any shift or exhale might draw the animal closer. Coyotes approach tent sometimes, but not like this. Not silent. Not methodical. And certainly not laughing. I forced myself to inch toward the tent wall and listen. Nothing shuffled. No panting. No sniffing. Only the faint sound of claws retracting from stone. I whispered to myself, it's just an injured animal. That's all. But it didn't feel like that. I checked my phone. 0 service. I wasn't expecting any, but the confirmation made my stomach tighten. Another laugh rose from farther off, this one louder, fuller, reverberating through the canyon like someone forcing air through damaged vocal cords. Then another laugh from behind me, softer, almost playful. Coyotes sometimes imitate sounds. They sometimes sound eerily human when yipping. Researchers have notes on it, recordings, I've listened to some before. I tried to recall those recordings, compare them to the sounds in the night around me. These didn't match. The cadence was too slow. Too controlled. Too conversational. I pushed myself toward the zipper, hesitated, then opened the flap just a few inches. The desert outside was coated in pale starlight. Shadows stretched long across the sandstone. The ridge where I'd seen the coyote earlier stood empty. But something else caught my eye. Tracks. Coyote tracks, multiple sets, circling my campsite. Fresh. The paw prints overlapped in odd patterns, as if the animals had shifted direction constantly while pacing around the tent. But that wasn't the strangest part. Coyotes typically walk with a neat step pattern, direct register. These tracks staggered and dragged, like the animals were limping or adjusting their gait in unusual ways. One set of prints dragged longer than the others, as if the front paws were hitting the ground normally, but the back paws stretched before landing. I closed the flap. This was explainable. Injury, deformity, stress behavior. Coyotes adapt to wounds quickly. A dislocated jaw might make them vocalize strangely. A neurological issue could affect their gait. Yes, that made sense. But the laughter came again, this time from the ridge above me. Slow, measured, followed by a sharp clack of teeth. I aimed my flashlight up the ridge. There it stood again. The same coyote. Or at least it looked like the same one. Lean frame. Silhouette sharp against the starlight. But its posture was wrong this time, shoulders hunched too far, neck extended upward like it was straining to see over the edge of the rock. I zoomed my beam, tightening the circle of light. The coyote's jaw hung open again. But it wasn't sagging loosely like before. This time, it stretched sideways as well, the skin pulling taut along the edges of its mouth. A deformity, I told myself. A severe one. Possibly congenital. Maybe a healed wound that forced the muscles to compensate in unnatural ways. The coyote let out another sound, a bubbling laugh that transitioned into a series of high-pitched yips, then back into laughter. Echoes carried the sound in ways that made it feel omnipresent, vibrating through the canyon. My throat tightened. Then it stepped backward and disappeared behind the ridge. Silence followed. Not quiet, absolute silence. The kind that makes the world feel evacuated. Even the wind refused to move. I stayed frozen in the tent for several minutes, listening for any shift in the environment. Nothing came. I finally zipped up the tent and tried to steady my heartbeat. I knew I wouldn't sleep, but at least I could stay inside where the thin nylon made me feel marginally less exposed. Minutes passed. Maybe an hour. I checked my watch, 1:14 a.m. Then something shuffled down the wash behind my camp. Soft pause. Small rocks shifting. A low huff, like an exhale forced through a distorted airway. I grabbed my flashlight again and braced myself. The shuffling stopped directly behind the tent. I waited. Then, slowly, the fabric behind me indented. Just slightly. As if something pressed its snout against the tent wall. I held my breath. The indentation slid upward. Then sideways. Tracing the shape of my shoulder inside the tent. Coyotes don't do that. Not even bold ones. My body reacted before my mind did. I crawled backward, away from the moving imprint. The coyote outside made a low, rattling sound, almost a growl, but punctuated by a strange, breathy rhythm. Not aggressive. Not warning. Exploring. It sniffed once, long and deliberate. Then, a laugh. Right against the tent. I choked on a gasp. The coyote backed away. Footsteps scuttled across sand. Another set joined it. And another. 3 animals moving around my camp in slow, uneven arcs. I flicked on my flashlight and opened the flap wide. The ridge was empty. The clearing was empty. No coyotes in sight. But the laughter didn't stop. It came from everywhere at once. High ridges. Deep washes. Behind distant slabs of rock. Dozens of echoes. Dozens of voices. Not human. Not coyote. Something distorted in between. My hands shook as I zipped the tent shut. I whispered to myself, sunrise. Just make it to sunrise. But the desert felt like it had other plans. By 2 a.m., The laughter had changed again. It sounded less like an imitation of a human voice and more like a fragment of one broken into pieces and rearranged. Sometimes sharp, sometimes airy, sometimes so quiet it felt like it was inside the tent rather than outside. I sat upright, gripping my flashlight with numb fingers. The air inside the tent felt stale, heavy with my own breath and fear. At 2:27 a.m., the sound shifted location again, closer this time. Not circling. Approaching. Footsteps. Soft. Measured. No dragging now. No staggering. As if whatever was out there had adjusted its stride. I turned off my flashlight and sat perfectly still. Light would only draw attention. I let my eyes adjust to the faint glow of starlight filtering through the nylon. Then I saw it. A shadow outside the tent wall. A single silhouette. Low to the ground. The animal stood motionless, head cocked slightly. I couldn't see its features through the fabric, but I saw enough to know it was watching me. Coyotes observe campers. That's normal. But they don't stand still this long. They don't stay silent this long. They don't act like they're waiting for you to move first. The silhouette leaned in. The tent wall indented again. Closer this time, right at eye level. A long exhale seeped through the nylon. Warm. Too warm for the desert night. I swallowed hard, refusing to make a sound. Then the silhouette withdrew. Slowly. Carefully. As if it didn't want to startle me. A moment later, laughter erupted across the canyon walls again, louder than before, cracking through the silence like splintering bone. But this time I heard something underneath the laughter. Yips. Barks. Short howls. Real coyote sounds layered beneath the laughter, tangled with it, blending into something that felt like two different sound patterns fighting each other. Coyotes mimic noises during heightened stress. They vocalize strangely when injured. They experiment with new calls when coordinating as a group. This was that. It had to be. But the pattern felt too deliberate. Too exploratory. As if the animals were testing the echoes, adjusting their calls based on how the canyon walls answered back. At 3:11 a.m., something scraped across the sandstone again. Not claws this time, rock sliding against rock. I froze. Another scrape. Then a low thump. I unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. A coyote stood at the base of the ridge only 10 feet away. Its body angled toward me, legs stiff, tail hanging low. Its mouth hung open slightly, not in a pant but in a strange half-yawn position. The jaw wasn't dislocated. It wasn't broken. It was flexible. Coyotes have looser jaw ligaments than many other canids. I'd read that before. They can open their mouths at odd angles. Injuries can exaggerate that. That's all it was. But logic didn't help when the animal slowly closed its mouth, then opened it again far wider than before. Skin stretched. Muscles trembled. The mouth formed a shape no canine jaw should form. Then it made a sound. Not laughter. Not owl. Something in between. Something that sounded like a person trying and failing to imitate a coyote. It echoed across the canyon in a warped, broken cadence. Another coyote answered from the ridge above. This one's call cracked into high-pitched giggles, then fell into distorted yips. A third responded from behind me. 3 animals. 3 different voices. All experimenting. I backed into the tent and zipped it shut. Sunrise. I just needed sunrise. The night dragged on, punctuated by bursts of laughter, odd scraping noises, and the occasional shuffle of paws near the tent. None of them tried to enter the camp. None of them attacked or even approached aggressively. They watched. They vocalized. They tested. At 5:02 a.m., a faint glow touched the horizon. The laughter tapered off. The footsteps retreated. By 5:30, the last remaining coyote silhouette climbed the ridge and vanished. When full dawn hit, the desert felt normal again. Wind returned. Birds called. The world breathed. I packed fast. Faster than I ever have. But before I left, I examined the ground. Tracks circled my tent in chaotic patterns, but the spacing between prints revealed something I hadn't noticed in the dark. Their strides had lengthened during the night. Coyotes adjust their gait when stressed or injured, but these changes were too drastic within a few hours. The rear tracks stretched further each time, as if the animals experimented with new ways of moving. New ways of vocalizing. New ways of testing echoes. New ways of opening their jaws. I hiked out in silence. No laughter followed me. No shadows tracked me along the canyon walls. But when I reached the ridge near the trailhead, I saw one last thing. A lone coyote on a distant ledge. It wasn't standing in a threat posture. It was listening. Head tilted. Jaw slightly open. The sunrise lit its eyes in gold. Then, just before it disappeared behind the rocks, it made a sound so quiet the wind almost swallowed it. A soft, breathy laugh. And I realized something unsettling. It wasn't mocking me. It was practicing. Trying the sound again. Refining it. Coyotes learn fast. They adapt faster. And Canyonlands is one big echo chamber, teaching them every night. If they ever perfect that human-like sound, someone camping out there won't realize they're surrounded until it's far too late.